$52 billion to make a third-gen body. That includes all the research, all the parts, all of the labor. To create a third-gen, after all the research, it'll cost you 700 mil, to make one.
Cool. Also another couple ship lines to those shipyards.
But fortunately, the majority of the cost actually comes from chips, building the chips.
Which I just do on my own, so...
Right, and then configuring the brain case with the chip in it and getting it initialized. It takes about 50% just for the brain box and the chips.
Yeah, especially since I had to custom build the brain box.
Yep. Do you still need some requisition?
No, I'm good.
Okay, because I'm currently sitting on 51 billion rec.
For the...
I print money too, don't worry.
For the budget, it requires an A rank budget. An unassigned A rank budget.
Huh.
Yep.
For what?
To pay for the third gen body, in addition to the rec.
Oh shit, I gotta get another A rank.
I've got 3.
I'll borrow that then. I'll say that's the one I have so much. I can name my own price on so many things. I don't think that I think the A rank is the only thing I have not print rights to, essentially.
No, they got to be given out, and some of the super special projects will require one of those.
Yeah. So,
either can print out his own A rank budgets. But that's kind of different.
Hey, look, Team Super Friends is like, you don't have an A rank budget? I'll get you one in an hour. Don't worry.
The only thing I can't do.
So, Liam, so you understand what I'm sitting on right now.
Yeah.
I have 52 billion luxury debit.
Mm-hmm.
I have 3.5 billion% of a B-class budget. And I'm sitting on 51.8 billion rec. Because I haven't found enough to spend it on.
Money will go quickly once you start investing in your space station, because that thing is a money sink.
Which is why I've been sitting on so much of it.
For you to understand where I'm sitting, I can print the fleet an entire shipyard in 2 days, and they'll pay out the nose for it. That's how I get my money, from the fleets. Well, aggressively.
All that it costs is one poor planetoid out in the universe just gets stripped 1 centimeter at a time.
That reminds me, I need to get a second planetoid to strip 1 centimeter at a time.
Have you thought about asteroid belts?
No, I'm already creating a catalog of my own. I could just ask the what's his name Foundation.
Obelisk?
Yeah, Obelisk. I could just ask the Obelisk Foundation for who hasn't already started stripping them and get one, but I don't know. I didn't feel like it. I mean,
you would make a very good case. Hey, not only do you not need any mining equipment or put people in danger, I passively strip it, and it makes nanomachines, which the entire Empire needs. Downside, that's a lot of fucking nanomachines you're going to be introducing into the Empire. And there has been several Grey Goo incidents in Enigma's history.
Yeah, but they weren't using what is essentially a box that goes print and then just makes itself into a thing and uses all of its nanites in the process. Yeah. They weren't using pre-programmed.
Well, unfortunately, you can't let them grab the box and then reprogram the box.
No, I deploy it for them. That's how this works. What am I, a fool?
I have a question here, Liam, actually.
What's up?
Speaking of, not Liam, Vlad. Speaking of Flurry here. Can the Thunderhead handle the phase on truth?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
He has the processing power for that.
Would that literally take up all his processing power, or would he be able to still work?
He would be able. It would take up 15% of his processing power collectively, which is a lot.
Yeah. That's kind of what I was like thinking about and worried about. Because I was going to start doing, because I had like presentation working in my mind.
I can upgrade his processing power.
Why are you trying to do phase untruths in front of a normal group of people?
I'm not. Because I'm going to introduce them to everyone to Little Buddy.
Right.
So essentially what's going to be happening is I'm going to be handing out a data pad that shows the like translator. And Thunderhead, of course, is also getting one because they have to. But
Thunderhead is not going to be doing direct downloads of any information at the time. If you're going to introduce information, especially Holyverse or higher equations, you put it on an external drive.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing
for review. Yeah,
it's essentially I'm handing out data pads that are going to have copies of the translating device so people can see it and what it does.
That's dangerous because that's going to be distributing
Holyverse, and Holyverse. Everyone in here is under a mile-long NDA.
Well, they are also heads of businesses who would, or heads of industries and government positions, so their clearances would be enough for Holyverse. So,
yeah. So they already have clearance for Holyverse, plus they have a mile-long NDA about what's going on here. They're not taking the data pads home.
This entire event is so high-rank and clandestine as is. I think we can cover all that shit.
The NDA will not work, and they will be taking these pads home. You are going to be telling the entire highest echelon of all of Enigma, including the Fleet Command, they can't have it.
Yeah.
That will not go over well.
They can get over it.
Yeah, well, we'll have to get to that when that time comes.
Because they're being handed pads, and all those pads can have information on it. That doesn't mean they get to leave with that information, because that's also the point of NDAs, is you don't get to leave meetings with information.
That's kind of the point of this meeting, is that all these people leave with the information given to them so they can make better decisions. It's the point of the meeting.
Yeah. I didn't say it. I just said they don't get to leave with the pads.
Okay. They don't get to leave with the pads.
They still get to leave with information.
Right.
Also, I'm not particularly worried about them having that Holyverse, because the Holyverse is literally just input, high-level math, output,
lower level math.
Yeah, well, output, lower level math / translation.
Right. So why do you care if they walk off with the translator? That Holyverse is so hyper specific that it only works on that translation. They're going to want to walk off with it anyways, just in case they come across the very thing that you are trying to get rights for. Little crystal buddies.
No, yeah, that's fair. I'm like, so my here, whatever. They
you
can
have it be do not duplicate. Like, this is your one. Do not duplicate. And you can easily make it anti-tamper so that they have to go through your office to get a new one.
Yeah, probably. That's also going to be kind of like the point of the. I'm essentially going to make it set up to where it will then become proprietary to the Ascended Union. So it's essentially like this is proprietary information of the Ascended Union, because the Ascended Union's point is to be able to deal with other dimensions and essentially be envoys for those dimensions.
Okay.
So I mean, they can walk off with it. Yeah.
Hey, a kind of important question. How many Ascended do you have backing this Ascended Union right now?
As of right now, there's me. I talked to there's
Zeshe and Zezro.
Yeah, so there's 3. I talked to the I sent a message to the I won't call them Solaris. That's not right. Starforgers.
Yes.
I never heard back from them.
The actual Grandmaster of that group is actually curious about this Ascended Union, especially if it gets them and their proteges and followers additional rights.
Yeah.
Because unfortunately, the current situation with the transhuman rights is very up in the air. There's a lot of people who want it. A lot of people who are a little bit more pure. They don't want non-human or human-shaped people to have full rights. It's very racist, but
yeah,
it's kind of the way a lot of people view it as, hey, this is my backyard, this is my home, and it's getting taken over by aliens. It's a huge xenophobia. Even though you guys technically are and were human and a citizen. So what does it matter? I used to be human. Well, because of your strangeness and your transformation, the current argument is your mindset changes. How you interact with the world changes. And
same's true when you turn 30, okay?
Yep, and Ascended provide a threat to the Empire. If they ever wish to, I don't know, tell the Thunderhead, fuck you. With their current abilities, it's very difficult for people to handle an Ascended, especially of the level 3 or higher. Level 1 and 2, they're too flimsy in their energy state. They're too unfulfilled. But level 3 has a passive force field over their skin. And then level 4, they have a solidified crystal, and then it gets worse from there. And the amount of output of power they can utilize is much higher. They're also, when you get to level 3 or higher, you technically are immortal. You don't have a lifespan. Which, hypocritically, the humans are a little leery of.
Excuse me. How old are you guys again?
Humans, not enigmatics. The enigmatics don't really care.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, they are very susceptible to propaganda.
Mm-hmm.
They can think for themselves, but a lot of people just want to go about their daily life. It's only those who have been shipped off world or run a major organization who are like, ooh, well, I'm only going to be around for a couple hundred years. These guys are immortal. They just have to outlast me. And then whoever fits in my office, they could have engineered who goes in it. And then, things start to get corrupt. So there's a lot of fear responses. And then there are a couple potentially legitimate concerns. So you'll have to work through that. The union won't get approved until, even with an S rank favor, you can get your union, but you'd have to place it outside of enigmatic territory as a unannexable city-state. But if you jump through all the hoops, you can have it anywhere in the Empire, and then the Union will be an official branch, and then the practice of ascended or ascending people will be permissive. So
I mean, it was already permitted. Just they wanted to use us for fuel sources.
Right. Right.
It's the hypocrisy, right?
Yes, the hypocrisy. Also, people are really afraid of backlash. The Ascended have long memories. They hold grudges very well. And they're patient in how they execute those grudges. A lot of people don't want to give the Ascended more power because they're afraid of what they're going to do with it. They're afraid of the backlash from the revenge. So, yeah, a lot of people hoping this goes away. But we'll see at the meeting.
Absolute shame that I'm openly backing things like the Ascended, ain't it?
Maybe. We'll see how it goes. So, things people want to do beforehand? We got about 6 days left.
Continue to get my fleet built. Start poking and prodding.
That'll continue without you.
Yeah, I know. But what I need to do is start poking and prodding at a certain no longer ethereal boy to get the non-Leia jump engine. No, I'm building the Chemtech FTL engine.
I mean, that's not that hard.
Yeah.
Chemtech FTL, what is the catalyzing agent? Because Chemtech is a pretty big fuel.
I figured out that I could produce a unique catalyzing agent that would allow me to do this a while back. We never gave it a name.
What is the design off of?
It was the thing I figured out when I was trying to figure out what chemicals I needed to break down the predator DNA when I was researching the pure strain predator, and I figured out a combination that was ridiculously energy intensive.
Right. It doesn't mean you jump.
No.
What's the jump engine attached to the fuel source? Because you can make the fuel source with this combo.
Yeah, that's what I've got to figure out, because the fuel source jumped the fucking device that I was combining this stuff in into low orbit.
Right.
And then
so
we're gonna.
I'm going to be using these days to figure out how to build an engine around that.
And we're using the Apollo engine as a basis. Well, the Apollo engine / thrusters.
Well, those aren't jump engines. Those aren't warp jump engines. Those are sublight engines.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're just building fuel for sublight engines, that's easy. You can easily finish that.
Yeah,
right. But if you're looking for a Chemtech warp drive,
yeah,
that's a different beast.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to make.
Mm-hmm.
So it would probably be breaking down the... basically, I'd be taking the Atlas drive engine, because it's different from the normal Leia engines. The Leia engine that I have and the knowledge that I've got from the Chemtech engine that was designed for mechs, and trying to basically throw these three together to try and build a Chemtech FTL engine.
Did you copy and paste those in the chat?
You never gave me the details. They happened when we were discussing things like we are now.
Well, the names of them, at least.
The Atlas engine, a standard Leia engine, and the Chemtech supercharger.
Are you including the Chemtech catalyzer as well? Where it sprays the Leia particles?
No, because I'm not planning on using Leia for this. I'm planning on using the pure Chemtech energy.
Okay. Your scientists will bring you two problems they're having a really difficult time figuring out.
Okay.
One, the fuel formula is very difficult to make. There's only one lab that makes it, which is your lab, and that's the bottleneck. It's not a mass-produced thing. Also, this stuff is, if this breaches containment or gets spilled, this stuff will chew through deck plates. It's like corrosive acid. It also doesn't like to play well with
Matter.
jumping. Yeah, well, it's the jump process, because Leah engine dips you through. It basically turns you into Leah particles and then zips you through the Leah dimension, which is smaller, and then reassembles you at your location or where you're jumping to. Chemtech doesn't like that, because the moment it comes in contact with Leah, a huge catalytic reaction goes off, and now you have a bomb. Your ship blows up before it goes into jump.
What I was thinking of doing, because I figured that would be a problem.
Yep.
What I was thinking of doing was using the knowledge that I have, because I figured that with the mirror dimension, I can basically fast travel places.
That is not for you to use as a travel zone. That is a security feature.
Yeah. But I can use the theory behind it and the energy produced from the Chemtech energy to try and design, instead of an FTL, what I guess could be what would be best referred to as a space fold engine. Something
a
that
spatial folding engine has not been built. Wormhole engines, yes, but a spatial folding engine, no. There is a nuanced difference.
Fair enough. Then I guess I would be creating a wormhole engine.
You would need the formulas and mathematics from Liam's character to do that, because they're the only ones with wormhole technology at the moment.
So
I'm sorry, what was that about wormholes?
Mina is actually hogging all the good math at the moment for your
So
question.
I am calling Mina.
What?
My dear friend, I have given you quite a lot, as you know.
That's a great start. You know where this
I've
conversation
given
is
you
going
as
immediately.
much equally back. What do you want?
Wormhole tech.
You're gonna have to be a lot more specific about what you're looking for here.
I'm building a worm. I have the production method. I have the energy source. I need the math so that I can build my wormhole engines for my fleet and my ace ships. So that I'm not using Leah.
Okay. I think that there might be a misconception happening right now. I don't wormhole math so much as I pick a place, do math to figure out where it is, and then wormhole things to it. It's actually Potentia I'm using.
Actually, Liam, you would have to, besides the potential, you'd still have to have the math.
No, yeah, it's positional math. That's it. That's all it's using is positional math.
Well, even the folding would require math. You would have to do it subconsciously, along with the potentia assist.
Okay, so here's the thing. I was already building a whole wormhole nexus thing.
That would do it. Yeah.
And I wouldn't charge you for it, champ.
Fair enough. I'm building what I want to be a unique engine type so that it's less likely for my shit to get stolen because nobody else will know how to use it.
Okay, so the problem with building a wormhole engine is how easy it is to accidentally a black hole. I almost did that once already. I mean, it has as much to do with the mass of what I was moving as anything.
That's great.
But there's a lot of...
You have figured out the things and you've already set up the parameters for it.
Well, I was going to say, I will tell you now, the big problem you're going to run into for doing it yourself if you want to do an independent engine. Just so you understand the thought process on it, the weight of potentia in souls is a major factor in it. It's why we can't move like super dense potentia beings through the Leah dimension. Only on an amplified level, almost. It's a 1-for-1 thing. So basically, you would have to infuse thousands of potentia into the warp engine to make it so that it can move. That's per engine.
You could do it.
I mean, I don't. But I also don't need to do it because the people I'm sending are normies.
Yeah, they're one each per person.
And considering these ships are going to have very limited crew because of the design.
How many?
At most 50 for the biggest ships.
It also is entirely reliant on the cargo you carry, because there are certain materials that count as that have potential weight.
Like for, I'm trying to remember which material it was, because I know your star slab has that unto itself, but there was another one. I don't remember.
Any Leah canister?
We're not worrying about Leah with this.
Then I.
No. I'm not saying we can't. I'm giving you the design challenges we're looking at. I would prefer to just move them for you, honestly.
But that's not feasible because that is useless for my goals.
He's building a shipping company.
Well, I've kind of told you what we're looking at for it. If you're doing a shipping company, especially if we're doing a shipping company, like moving Xenotech actually has a lot of potential weight to it, weirdly.
Then I will have to sit and throw my brain at figuring out ways around that.
Mm-hmm. No, you're kind of running into the same issue I was running into for exactly this. I've been doing FTL research as well.
Yeah, but I'm trying to do it without any potentia.
Yeah, that's the main issue with mine, is that it's all reliant on potentia. It's not just math. If it was just math, my life would be so much easier.
Can I get the math so that I can use it as one of the variables for my stuff?
Actually, you know what? I might be able to do one better. Give me a sec. Matt, I'm going to start going through the math on that I've been apparently doing subconsciously. I'm going to see if I can't do the math to disconnect it from the potentia side.
Okay. Most likely tapping into your chips, your pins.
Yeah.
No, you don't need to roll for it. Go roll me a 1d100 to see if you get a 1 or a 100.
Just one?
Yeah, just one.
It's a 33.
Have a reroll.
Cool.
Because it has to be better.
Okay. We're doing this shit again. Got it.
Yep, we're back to this shit.
Cool. 26 now, is it?
Do it again.
Sorry, 25. All right. Below 11?
Yep.
4.
There we go. And now I have a 4 sitting in my pocket.
Do you want me to keep going lower?
You can
keep going lower.
I have to stop at 5.
Damn.
So, yeah, what you're looking at here is a very large, cumbersome calculation. Most of it is propped up by the potentia. There's 3 branches of this tech that you can take with this. A, you can make a potentia computer. You build a...
He's trying to divorce this from potentia. I already considered it a potentia computer.
Right. Well, you would put a T10 drive as the main computational engine. Then you'd fill it with whatever your Potentia setup is, and you'd put that in each individual ship. He would then fuel the formula and the computer with a Chemtech canister, then it would jump.
Okay.
That'd be fine. Route 2, you take the Potentia out of it. Now this is where it gets tough, because the math isn't that good without the Potentia. You have to redo the math. Things like mass matter now.
Yeah.
That one is much more on the lines of you have to account for every bit of mass, but you guys already have that tech in just about every ship.
We already do that.
Right, the Leia scan. You can repurpose that tech, put it into the computer. It would then give you an output of how many canisters of energy specified by Banshee Industries. So whatever is the maximum yield per Chemtech canister, and then it will tell you how much of those canisters it needs. Because in this particular case, instead of using a whole Leia canister, it would just suck up the liquid in those canisters. The Chemtech.
To have an idea of what we're looking at for that, how far would a gallon of it get somebody with the Chemtech fuel?
Just a gallon?
Yeah, just using that as a baseline.
If you were to move a current Spectrum shuttle with a full complement of people, no Potentia in them, you for a gallon of that fluid, with the current way the formula is, you could move from Enigma to the moon.
Which means moving further than that, it's going to take hundreds of gallons. Okay.
No. Millions of gallons.
Cool.
If not billions of gallons, because that's a shuttle with no Potentia weight.
Oh, yeah, no. I was talking about moving that shuttle like that would take
hundreds. You would have to redo the math almost entirely, but this is the least efficient of the group. Yeah. There is another route, the hardest of the bunch. It doesn't care how much Potentia weight or mass is involved. It is a gate. It opens up a wormhole gate, which anchors 2 points, and you just fly stuff through. Doesn't matter what's in it. This one would use way less fuel, but the math could never, ever be wrong. Even if the universe started to shift and there were changes from other dimensions and all sorts of imbalances or changes to the universe, you would have to know what that math is almost immediately and fix it.
So if people are using any kind of FTL that makes changes to the universe whenever it happens, even for a fraction of a second,
that's okay. That is diffused in the great universe. We're talking permanent reduction or addition. Sure. No, this is a custom canister of fuel that he's built.
Mm-hmm.
He wants to build a new FTL engine based around Chemtech as fuel.
This is. I will point out this is also the stabilized form of the fuel, because the initial batch was
highly incendiary.
Was 20 times stronger, but ignited the moment it came into contact with
just
anything. I haven't tried yet. Let me try.
Yeah. So
what do you need me to roll, Blatt?
Yeah. Actually, well, to finish up on the third option, you could go through Spectrum to get all of your most updated dimensional formulae in case there's a change. The gates wouldn't be held open long, just enough for the ships to get through. You wouldn't need too much fuel. To move a battleship, you'd need about 10 of these canisters.
Well, what I was actually going to ask, before you go off trying to make a new fuel, Ogre, can I improve the math?
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean,
you can improve
we've both got time. We can both do this at the same time. You work on the math side, I'll work on the fuel side. Either way, if either one of us succeeds, it gets better. If both of us succeed, it gets exponentially better.
Yeah, go for it. I just
so
wanted to ask
there's
that question.
2 things that you guys can do to make this really good. You on Liam's side, you make the math centralized around a specific type of energy, and then Ogre, you build a fuel cell that generates a very specific type of energy. That way, you have to do less complicated math. It's more rigid because it takes X or a very specific type of fuel, and then you can move more for less.
And also, I could build a facility specifically for producing this type of fuel.
Yep. And then you can actually build these gates, like a physical gate device, as a part of a space station, and then they just have to fit in fuel rods. God, it's so many fuel rods.
Mm-hmm.
You would potentially, to make this work, you would need crystal chemtech. You would need to make a crystal rod, a solid state rod.
I figured out how to do that a while back.
Yeah, that's how potent the rods, the fuel cells have to be.
Oh, that was something I hid from the Baroness. She's gonna stab me.
There's
Cool.
nothing that needs that much fuel except for warp jumps.
Yep, but she's gonna stab me because I kept it from her.
Doesn't
This-
that really bother you anymore?
Not really,
Well,
but
here's the thing. You have a choice. You either make this an exclusive to Banshee Industries and snub the Chemtech department, or you may have the Chemtech department take on the manufacturing and development of this new fuel rod.
I believe his purpose was to gain complete control over it, so...
no. My use is to gain complete control over my fleet. I don't mind because the Chemtech industry is a close ally with me.
Mhm.
But
For
then
now.
doesn't matter. Them being able to make this cuts a large chunk off of me, gives them more research capabilities,
Brings in a ton of cash.
brings in a ton of cash, and more solidifies my organization with them.
Mhm.
With
Hey,
that in mind, I'm giving the Baroness a call.
We want me to do another roll for improving math, Matt?
Mm-mm. Oh, just 1d100.
Yeah. I assume you'll give me until I get below 5.
Quite possibly.
Wow, we'll start with 89. Go ahead and talk to the
have a
Baroness
reroll.
while I do. How many rerolls can I use? Give me a limit.
5 more.
5 more? Cool. Go talk to the Baroness while I'll do it then.
Okay. Nice! Perfect numbers.
Maybe I'll leave it there. It'd be a sexy, sexy drive.
Hello, Mr. Banshee.
Lady Baroness.
Uh-huh. I know that tone. What is it now? How are you gonna break my heart this time?
I want your help in researching something.
Oh, finally, we're gonna do some work together. All right. What am I looking at?
Send her a picture of crystallized chemtech.
What in Thunderhead's blessed earth do you need that much fuel for?
I'm making cross-galaxy warp engines. Well, more precisely, warp gates, and I need
Why am I not
Your-
surprised?
your help in producing the unique energy variable fuel rods that will be powering these.
Of course. All right.
The
I
perk
don't want to be
is-
kept out of any of this. None
The
of
perk-
this. You don't need to know this part of the formula. You don't need to know this part
No,
of this
the
process.
Chemtech department will be fully producing this product.
An exclusive.
Yes,
Even Banshee Industries wouldn't be producing this?
I will promise that we will not produce this as long as you promise that you will always be willing to sell to us.
At a heavily discounted price, of course.
I would even accept 80%. It doesn't have to be ridiculously discounted. I don't want you to
Enough to
lose
pay
out.
the employees and the creation cost.
That would be great.
All right.
Would you
How
like
widespread?
to combine? I'm building a massive mercantile fleet, and this will be the sole engine used by the new up-and-coming ACE program, or the Phoenix program that I'm building.
Do you have the schematic for the crystallized chemtech fuel rod already, or do I need to make it?
I have the data for how to produce crystallized chemtech. I will leave it to you if you want, or you can work
Send it
with
over heavy encryption.
That I will have one of my void walkers just step up behind her and hand her a data slip.
That is very encrypted. Okay. That was very spooky. Okay, let's see. Ooh, there seems to be two materials in here that it's going to be very hard to come by.
Which ones?
Baratine gas.
I produce it.
Right, but we're going to have to start producing it, which means you're going to have to give us the rights to produce baratine gas.
Let me send you the list of requirements and all the details I have to go through to be able to produce it. And I will send her the ludicrous level of details.
This is going to be a headache. All right. And then it's going to need a very specific element, which can only be found on these gas giants. But they're big enough we won't ever really run out.
I can supply you with a couple of vessels that I designed specifically for harvesting this.
Okay. So the facility in question, I'm not saying it's not doable. We can do this on an industrial scale. Downside. Fuel is not going to be pretty. The creation process and the steps thereof, unfortunately, carry a significant potential for accidents. Once it's crystallized, as long as it's not knocked around, it's fine. Think of the old nitroglycerin. We got to get it to crystal state. Once it's in crystal state, as long as it's not exposed to a catalytic energy source that sets it off, it's pretty stable.
Yep.
Downside, getting it to the crystal state by your research here is not so straight fucking forward. Wow. Okay. That is a very nasty step process. So I'm going to look into this.
Void Walker will show up and hand her another data slip.
Look at this. Got to stop doing that. That is very creepy.
Yes. Look at this. Make sure it's on a locked computer. That is a custom designed apparatus for making the crystals.
That helps a lot. Still, none of the machinery can fail ever.
Yeah.
Otherwise, there's a high chance for it to explode.
I have a friend who's specialized in nanomachines. Perpetual maintenance.
That would have to be absolutely integral to the design, because if any of these machines make a single misstep, and we cannot trust people with this, by the way, there cannot be a single error. And if there is ever a software firmware update to the machines,
it has to be fully shut down to do the update.
And it has to be a flawless turnover. And I've never seen software come out perfect the first try.
If you want, Ogre, I know you're talking to her, but for a thought for you, I could put one of my new server towers in there with me in there to do all the processes directly for you that way.
It's like, that would be very beneficial. And I will be like, I have a friend who has a customized tower that, an AI tower that could handle this for us.
Why am I not surprised that you know just the right people for the right thing?
I mean, I know all the best people.
Well, I will admit that is very true. You do know me, so
Exactly. I know a producer of actual champagne on Enigma.
they do not make that anymore. That's not
They do.
no, because champagne must be made in Champagne, France, and that
Yes.
place is gone.
Yeah. Well, sort of. My
Otherwise,
par-
it's just
my-
sparkling water or sparkling
my-
wine.
My parents introduced me to somebody.
Of course, your parents who would be around for the individuals who would have built a secret vineyard in the old remains of Champagne, France, and resuscitated the land and made actual champagne grapes. Okay,
Hidden
you
under,
do know my
hid-
weakness. I do like
hidden
my
under a
sparkling wine.
shield.
Of course.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'll get on this. I would like to meet this person so I can spend some of my newfound money to get myself an actual real bottle of champagne.
Give me a couple of days and you can take a trip with me.
No, don't get me distracted. This will be a reward to myself once it is done.
Fair enough. Do you like tobacco?
I smoke like a chimney. Not when you were around, though.
Do you prefer loose leaf cigarette or cigar?
I like to roll my own. I have a little bit of Chemtech I like to put in it.
Prepare for a spook. And I will have a box of fresh, dried, loose leaf tobacco set on her desk.
I can't tell if you're looking for something or if you're trying to butter me up for something later. I wonder which.
No, it's always good to have brownie points.
I know. I'll get to work on it right away.
Thank you. If I will foot the bill for the construction of the facility.
Okay. That's not going to be cheap.
What do you need? A couple billion?
To start, A-rank budget, a lot of luxury debit for the workers to pull overtime.
I just the ping on her
Put
data
it in escrow.
pad.
Put it in escrow, an official account.
No, it's an official transfer from Nix Enterprises because this is a purchase order, and it's 5 billion luxury debit, 10 billion rec budget, and an A-class budget. There you go.
And it comes with a fleet of lawyers.
Yeah.
As they all get an update of the money sent over, and they're like, they all spit in their coffees collectively and go, well, we're going to scrutinize the shit out of this.
And it's like, and then there's the pings from the tower of lawyers of Nix Enterprises giving them the updated data sheet on it.
Is this an authorized sale? Did somebody scam you? Like, that's the first one. Is this real?
Yep.
Is this?
Yep. It's just, yes, this is a personal purchase request to the Chemtech department from Nix Enterprises.
Mad lad. You don't have to justify the purchase to your lawyers per se, but they're a little concerned that is not an insignificant sum of your collective account.
It's only
define significant.
It's only 20% of what is currently in stockpile.
Still having that stockpile continue to grow.
Yeah, it's when the lawyer goes, "Don't worry, that stockpile will bottom out when I start doing station upgrades."
They all choke a little on the inside. They're like, "No, don't do that. Stop that immediately. Cease this. Why would you do this?"
Because I'm building a station.
And of course, you want to make this as difficult for me as possible. Understood. Got it. Wonderful.
I mean, I've already got ownership of the station and everything.
Well, the station for this under the Chemtech department will not be owned by Banshee Industries or the Chemtech department.
Oh no.
It'll be owned by the Thunderhead.
No. I was talking about my future upgrade of Zeus Station.
Oh, that you will never have enough money to fully upgrade that. It'll be an never-ending pile of stuff to throw at.
Yeah.
All right. Well, that's underway.
I just send Liam the ping of, okay, it's getting built.
Cool. I'll have a tower ready for you. Matt, how's the math gone? I only got it down to a 13.
You can use 2 more rerolls.
Ooh, let's bring this down to a 12 because that's how that's been going so far. Like seriously, look at that.
I'm thinking
69 to 68 to 61 to 58. What the fuck is that?
I'm feeling a 2.
It's a 9.
And
You got one more.
6. So close.
All right. So what you're looking at here is actually not bad math. It can be polished a little bit more, but for now you have a working full first edition of wormhole math. If you don't have a computerized brain that can fire with pins, you will never understand it. It's just so complex.
Good thing only computers need to understand it.
Right. Aether, you could probably, it'll take you a while to go through all the math, but yeah. Jackie could understand it too because of the pins they got. They just have to crank up that computer brain and be like, show me.
Steam gently while doing so.
Yeah. The tower, the T10 tower, like 10 level 10 quantum computers stacked in a tower, can run a gate indefinitely with this math on it. There are 2 things you notice. If you jump from gate to gate, it does not cost a lot of energy.
Mm-hmm.
So to move a battleship, it requires 2 of these fuel canisters on each side.
For the crystallized ones?
For the crystal ones, yeah. And that's with everything on it.
To move
Warlords.
To move it how far?
From gate to gate. Doesn't matter the distance.
Okay.
If you do gate into just location and space, it's 10 times the amount of fuel.
So this is good for getting to established locations, but not into unestablished ones.
Yes. Even if you have the exact coordinates of where you want a wormhole to, it takes 10 times the amount of fuel per ship to get there.
Does that work for your purposes, Ogre?
Yep.
Yeah.
So to move a single battleship costs 4 total, 2 on each side of the gates.
Because the perk of this means the ships can carry a stockpile of the fuel themselves to be able to do travel from gates to general locations to deliver the supplies and then spend time coming back.
Yeah, if the ship breaks, though, you're going to need an incursion bomb for that stockpile. Yeah. To literally collapse the stockpile before it goes off. Because if one of those canisters is breached, Atmo touches the crystal and the crystal goes, I like Atmo, and it explodes.
Yeah.
How big of an explode?
If a canister goes off, it'll crack your ship in half.
So
if the whole stockpile goes off, like if you have a dozen of these things, it'll crack your ship in half and almost split your escorts, who are to your left and right several. It's a blast radius of about 100,000 kilometers.
And
but the perk of this is I can use the pre-built hyper volatile storage system that I built to store these things in protected things, because that storage system was designed to even be able to take a direct hit from a mech weapon.
Sure. I was talking about if they had a space battle and the ship gets destroyed and the stockpile gets breached.
Yeah, no, that's why I was talking about that system, because it designed the implosion bomb into the stockpile in case of a breach.
Yeah, so if the ship breaks,
Yeah.
it removes the stockpile.
Exactly.
That's what I was talking about.
An implosion bomb. Not,
Yeah, sorry. An implosion bomb, yes.
I was about to have some major concerns if we're going to be using the reality-breaking incursion bombs, okay?
No. I figured a system that can use an implosion bomb to basically get
Which
rid
is
of it.
the inclusion bomb's little brother. It doesn't warp time and space. It just makes it go away.
My only concern evaporated with that. So we're
the implosion bomb basically sends it to Brazil. It sends it right to the negative energy dimension.
Mm-hmm.
You go to Brazil.
You're going to Brazil. You can just call it the Brazil system.
That is entirely what I'm calling it, the Brazil system. It's the Brazilian detonation system.
You're going to the Shadow Realm.
It gives the ship a Brazilian because it cuts the nuts off of it.
Why? Wait, what was that taking it there? I was saying you're going to the dark place. You're going to the Shadow Realm, but no. Oh, dude. What is going on? Should I be concerned?
Okay, what Brazilians are...
Brazilian wax,
my brain,
it was intended to be brain numbing.
Yeah, I was about to say, Brazilian waxes, you aren't cutting off your nuts. What the fuck?
I think you just added that on for flavor, right?
Yep.
Oh my gosh. What have you done? Alright. But between you guys, it just takes the space stations are going to be built around the gas giants. So that they can have a harvest fleet. Basically put dragnets into the gaseous atmosphere and basically pull parts, and then they will filter it out, get the rare materials they need, along with the baratine gas, and they can make this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
The two sites, unfortunately, are a little far away. They're still within the Empire, but they're kind of on the outskirts. Consider Frontier Outer Rim type of stuff.
Which means I need to go, hey, Cody.
What?
You've got the most up-to-date knowledge of stars and the systems around it. Do you know of any closer to the inner system gas giants that had this material in it?
Baratine gas?
No, not baratine gas. Another rare material.
I want to take it. I want to scan it over.
It needs francium.
I want to scan my knowledge of planets. 1 sec. Go into the library. Open up a book. Flip page.
You will not find any of that information. You can find information on the periodic table in francium, but you won't find. You have to go. You have to go through the Obelisk Corporation.
So none of us. So none of the four of us, 5 of us. Sorry, yeah, 4 of us. Know any planet that has or any gas giant that has francium in it?
There are 2 gas giants that have already been labeled by Luxury. These exact 2. He wants you to find something in the inner ring.
Okay, so we don't
because you did the big travel around to find stars for the best taste, which means you were scanning the systems and the planets and stuff. That's why I was asking you.
Yeah, that's why I go into the great library of all 4 minds and see what I can find.
There is one, but it's been almost harvested out by another corporation.
You know what's funny? This is another moment where 2 of us did a thing that if we had worked together, we probably would have been able to coordinate on, because I have me doing the whole fucking run around and survey star systems shit too.
Then do you know anywhere where I can harvest francium?
Yeah,
There's
you do.
exactly one place, and it's almost mined out.
There are two places, Liam.
Mm-hmm.
XP4.
Oh, my place?
No, the dig site on Rustheim.
Oh.
There is a huge stockpile of rare earth minerals
What's the
and
other?
elements. The other place you have located is the place, the fracture belt that you found the collided planetoids.
Oh, the asteroid field I'm already pulling shit out of?
Yes, you can scan those fractured and broken planetoids specifically that has francium deposits and yank it, because those planets are cracked open, revealing all of their goody goodies inside.
I can provide. I already have a mining operation there.
And that way they wouldn't have to dredge a
Gas giant for it.
a gas giant for it.
Yep. You don't need.
Sweet.
You don't even need to open up a new mining op. I already have one fully functioning.
Yeah.
Sweet,
There
just
are
send the details and I'll pay for it.
there is an accessible warehouse that is not in the mines of XB4 that you can go and get started with this stuff. You will have to decontaminate the entire warehouse and all of its stock of pollen flocks.
I mean, I've already got a specialized team for that because I had to recover the mechs.
Yeah, you recovered the mech, yeah. But you hadn't gone through all the warehouses.
Yeah, but with the team that I have set up, I can get that one warehouse, get it decontaminated, and gather all that.
Okay. There will only be a little bit of francium, but that's all you need. Just a little bit.
Which is good, because it only has a half-life of 22 fucking minutes.
Yep.
Then how was it stored there for so long?
Stasis.
Oh, it stays, yeah.
No.
Okay, so Luxury gets a delivery of francium in a stasis pod.
Oh, no. You don't move that stuff. That stuff is so radioactive. If it comes in contact with even the slightest bit of moisture, for any reason, that stuff goes off.
So we have
got to just be
Because it
very
has
careful of your teleport.
Yeah, it has to be delivered specifically to the transit area. So after it's decontaminated, I'll have to ask my friendly Minalo.
Yeah, this particular material is also highly restricted in bases because of if it is exposed, it goes off. It's an alkaline.
Gotcha.
Alkaline? It's one of those. It's on the very far left bottom of the periodic table. They also don't want it. No one wants it on base. It's bad stuff. If you gotta move it, you keep it in orbit, away from anything precious. And only is brought down under heavy security, because that stuff is very dangerous. Also, people are going to ask, where the fuck did you get that much francium? Because that's a lot.
They don't get to know.
Yeah. So, there you go.
Man.
Well, just tell them my mining op. It's plausible. I have access to it. My people will lie.
Works for me.
It still might be worth harvesting those gas giants to supplement because of the sheer volume of how many of these canisters are going to be used at any time.
Yeah, that's why I'll keep my ships mining it.
Okay, because this stuff is collectively across the universe one of the least occurring materials. It would actually be more beneficial to manufacture it in a lab over time, if you can figure that out.
Well, I've
Or a
got time
replacement.
to do research. But that'll be later.
That'll be later. All right.
We have been focusing on me for a while now.
Yeah. Johnny, do you want to do anything?
Yeah, let's finish up the week we got.
Mm-hmm.
The
first week or the second week?
We already completed the first week.
Yes, I hear that you needed something from me.
No, it's the other way around. I'm helping you with your 3rd gen.
Oh yeah, I
Muted,
need
by the way.
you just to help me initialize.
Yeah, I'm there to be the other side, and I wanted to know when you were going to do that.
As soon as the body's done. Like,
Did you figure out your internal offense, defense utilities?
oh yeah, for the offense, I was planning. I assume I can upgrade them later.
Very difficult, but yes. You'd
Well,
almost
I
have to
mean-
redesign a new body entirely.
I'm actually thinking because I used the Xenogenetics, and I used the Prime Predator for it too. I think I can incorporate weapons a lot easier than that.
So I'm talking about in the storage space.
Well, what I was thinking for weapon, I was thinking, what's the name of it? Predator Hunter Beam Rifle. Because, haha, shotgun arm. Shotgun beam weapon. Haha, funny. For the utility, I was actually thinking of putting one of my server units in there. One of the 10 stacks.
Okay.
Because, I don't know, having a server of me in there, in addition to there being me in there, is just funny.
Did you want to put a power system attached to the Predator Hunter beam rifle?
Yes. Yes, I do. You know, because power.
Do you have one available? Because the only one that has it is the Star Slab Behemoth.
I mean, it only takes 6 power.
No, I'm talking about availability.
Oh, I was just gonna fucking ask him if I could borrow it to, you know, make another.
No, it doesn't come off.
You mind if I study your arm? I want to study your rifle. You don't have to remove it or anything. I want to make one so I can shoot people with my own.
That makes a lot more sense. No, because it's sealed, and you're going to need the schematics for the weapon from the weapons lab, which can be found on the old Star Slab space station where he was made.
You mean the one that I could just send a me into?
If you could resist black hole crushing levels of gravity.
Shit, that's right. Which means that the schematics are probably dead inside of there.
Not necessarily. Not if they were stored in a Star Slab crate or storage container.
It depends on if anybody bothered keeping it, too. At that point.
Technically, you could do something very odd, and I'm giving this because your character is smart. If you're looking for a Star Slab box, if you know the magnetic signature and density signature of Star Slab, you could scan, like do a deep scan and see if something comes up.
It would be its own, like, small, what's it called, gravitational anomaly among the other gravitational anomalies.
And you have exactly what that looks like from your data scanning the broken shatter field.
Really, all I really need to do is be able to decipher the different boxes. Or really, I just need to be able to identify individual items from the other individual items, and then I can teleport them out.
Mm.
I don't even necessarily need to know what's inside. It's a gamble, but...
Okay. You just want to go scan planetoids for Star Slab?
You mean the old station?
No, Enigma.
If it got
last time.
off.
Yeah, because if they're gonna probably move all of that intelligence stuff.
Yeah, I'll start poking around. Let's see where else.
I'll have you roll me a luck test for 2 locations of your choice. You can roll 3 D100s, drop highest 2 because of your equipment.
Cool. You said 2 locations of my choice?
Yep.
So drop lowest 1 or drop lowest 2?
Drop lowest 2.
Or highest 2?
Yeah, sorry, drop highest 2. You get the best of 3 rolls. Do declare who you're rolling them for before you roll them.
Definitely Enigma is going to be 1.
Okay.
Because it's the most likely place for assholes to put things.
Mhm.
The second one, I'm honestly considering doing a brief trip out to the fucking cultivator area, because if Matthias is one of the ones that tried to steal shit off of it,
Mhm.
it would make sense for him to hide it there.
Okay. You want to do it on the cultivator Union Ziggurat?
What do you guys think?
Honestly, I think hitting Rustheim would be one, because it's been a blanket of black sites and hidden things, and so much has been lost and forgotten there.
You also have red herrings like the star slab worm.
Mhm.
So you're going to get a lot of false positives and positive.
This is also where the Star Slab mech was, and it has the highest chance of actually having the technology needed to make it, having been stored here somewhere just for the purposes of repairing it, should it ever, by some defiance of fate, need it. And that is the kind of logic Stormfront would use.
You could, yeah. You just gotta tell me which 2. Because
Yeah,
this
I'll
will
do
require a lot of minas to do. So,
Enigma and Rustheim.
which one do you want to start with?
I'll start with Enigma.
Okay, fire
Well,
away.
Mostly because I have enough things on there currently.
You will find 2 deposits of that specific signature. One is a box buried in the middle of the woods.
What? On Enigma?
Yeah, they have a couple of nature reserves.
Yeah, so it's in a nature reserve. Shit, alright.
Somebody literally went out with a shovel, dug up a hole, dropped the star slab box in there, and then covered it up with dirt.
Cool. I guess I'll be taking that and the other.
You eat a huge booby trap to the face, and you're just kind of like, you just blink like, ew, gross, as you repair yourself.
I mean, I assume the star slab itself isn't bothered.
No, it was meant to kill anyone who dug it up without knowing that the booby trap was there.
Bodies are expendable.
Well,
So
you have
anywho-
this. You have the first gen bodies. Remember, they have the
Yeah, I
remember me,
know.
so you just restitch
joke.
yourself.
That's
Yeah.
the joke.
Hmm?
Cool. I'll move that off planet before I go opening it, just because, you know.
Okay.
Well,
Then
this
you will find, which one was this? Just gotta scroll down. You will find a hidden cache that normally would require a lost resource bearer bond.
I don't know what a lost resource bearer bond is off the top. of my
It lets
head. I, as a
you.
player, doesn't.
Lost resource bearer bond is the 5th entry in the lore sheet.
Ah.
Basically, you hold it up and go, I want to redeem this. And then it gives you access to a site filled with old tech and shit. And you don't know what you're going to get.
Alright.
There's an old bunker underneath one of the largest apartment complexes ever built. And you're kind of going through, following it. You're in kind of the substructure, even underneath the underground garage, which is about 12 levels down.
Well, shit.
And you're kind of, you get to the very bottom of the structure, even through all the maintenance stuff, and you're kind of tapping your foot on some concrete, and you're like, "That's right there."
It's here, but it's just okay. I guess I'll just eat through some concrete.
You find an old fallout bunker. Basically, somebody that was trying to ride out the apocalypse of World War IV.
Well, I'll dig down. What do we got?
Basically, a guy with a whole bunch of survival gear. He was going to be down here for decades. Unfortunately, he expired a long time ago because the air ran out, not the food or water.
A+. Good.
So he's sitting in a recliner, looking in front of some sort of screen, just bones. And in his cache, behind a door with the label "Cool Shit Inside."
Why do I imagine I open it and immediately take a shotgun blast to the face?
You do,
and
yes,
keep going?
absolutely.
Neat.
It is a 12 gauge shotgun round, buckshot.
Big whoop. 12 gauge isn't much.
Yeah, just ooh, spooky.
Oh no, I got shot by buckshot. Ooh, I could hunt a deer with this. Please continue.
It's in his junk box because he couldn't get it open. It's too damn heavy. Couldn't get a scratch on it. Didn't know what to do. He's got all sorts of old tech on the shelves that he's labeled and categorized.
I'll take all of it.
There you go.
Some of it's definitely just going to be going into my personal collection of old shit.
There is an old rifle though that really catches your eye. An old Killinger rifle. Woodstocked one.
Fucking sweet.
With one clip of ammunition. The clip of ammunition is 5 bullets.
I don't care. I want the rifle itself. I can remake ammo.
Oh, it's
beautiful.
It's actually got the serial number on it and the maker's label.
Ah, beautiful.
It's an actual antique.
The other gun collectors are going to be so fucking jealous.
There's a lot of the serial numbers were removed on these throughout the war.
Yeah, one that still has a serial number. Amazing.
Serial number is 14. It's the 14th ever made. This guy bought one of the first batch.
Yep, first run. Yeah, that's immediately going on the gun part of the forums. That's just, look what I found, fuckers.
Do you put it between your legs and be like, yeah, and lean back, hit, crotch out, just like, yeah, look at my big gun.
I'm not going to be that crude with it. But yes, I am showing it off, motherfucker.
And then of course you got the traditional Fallout 4 taxidermied mutant creature heads on the walls.
Neat. I'm taking all of it.
Okay, you'll just clear the place out.
I'm taking everything.
So the 3 things that you take away from this place that are particularly valuable is the Killinger rifle. There is an old corroded pile of dynaminium chips in the corner of one of the scrap boxes.
Oh, no.
All the chips are just absolutely corroded. They're useless.
I'll probably get like a chip worth out of these.
Yeah, but you can get enough dynaminium to make it a chip. And then, of course, the rifle. The rifle, dynaminium, and then the Star Slab box. Everything else is something you already have, or it's not that cool. But there's a lot of antiques in here. A lot of World War III and World War IV stuff.
Cool.
I don't know if it's a thing of worth, but there is a giant box of nudie mags.
Are they of worth, he asks. Are they of worth? Am I not a woman of culture in this game?
Go sell it to Mr. What you want?
What you want? These, you're looking at maybe 200 nudie mags.
Fucking sweet.
This is his holy grail of porn.
The fact that he has the magazines means he was legit a collector, given, by then everything was digitized heavily.
Well, he died with a VR headset on, with Girls Gone Wild 42 in the play.
Man of culture. I'm collecting that too.
Yeah, each of those are in plastic sleeves with a cardboard back.
Yeah, no, that's...
He didn't collect comics. He collected nudie mags.
Good. I like this man. This man will get a proper burial from me for that. I salute you, sir.
His prize collection is his prize object is one framed on the wall. It is Playboy magazine. Last copy of Playboy ever printed.
All right.
It is the Playboy Farewell Edition.
Farewell Edition. I'll write that down. Okay, so after I get off of Enigma, phrasing, the Star Slab boxes, what's in the two of them?
The one that you found in the woods?
Yes.
You're looking at the original Mickey schematics.
Huh.
Hmm?
Weird. I'll look them over to see different from the current Mickey.
Yeah, wildly different. This is better, more efficient, more power, more armaments. And there's a testimony of somebody wanted to put a cheaper, less efficient piece of shit for their soldiers to get in to die in. Basically, this is a combat mech. The ones they have now, those are tombs. Those are floating tombs. This is competitive, at least back then. This was based off of the Hopebreaker mech, made for space combat.
Huh.
Downside, this thing costs 12 times more than the normal Mickey.
But 12 times the cost of a normal Mickey when you can shit out Mickeys by the hundreds.
Yeah, but these things would probably kill 100 Mickeys too.
Exactly.
Downside, these required a dynaminium chip.
There's the rub. I need to make something to get around that, finally.
Mostly because the amount of electronics that went into this thing required a very intelligent central computer system, which is what the Hopebreakers ran off of. So the guy basically took the Hopebreaker mech and was like, look, it's space-worthy, and I put space lasers on it.
I could make a computer using the Xenotech instead to replace it that doesn't require Dyminium.
Yeah. So
to put some effort into it.
There's a memoir in here and an audio recording from the scientist who made this, voicing his complete displeasure with the government and that he will make them pay and they will never destroy his research. And he will do everything in his power to make his research realization. You smell the hint of Mook Yang kind of on some of this stuff. Like this guy, he went full tilt to the dark side because of what happened. Like,
yeah, probably anger, retribution, something like that.
Yep. Indignation.
Indignation. I have one of those already, though.
Yeah, no.
Also,
this guy was starting to swing to the dark side, if not already had some by the time he buried this.
That's cool.
But yeah, no, this is the Hopebreaker MK4.
Hopebreaker MK4. All right. Char, are you interested in taking a look at the design too? It'd be a much more expensive thing than what you've got going on for your current little mechs.
Maybe.
But it could be an interesting design. I thought you'd at least be interested.
This uses a AI assist cockpit, whereas the Mickeys use an analog. This thing does unfortunately not take damage well.
Of course not.
Because it's so small. If you get hit in the torso, there's a good chance the pilot gets crushed. Whereas the Mickeys have a lot of space in the cockpit.
That's just a product of design.
Mhm.
So a little redesigning, a little tweaking for more not modern technology.
Oh yeah. So, in the other box, you find a crystal, an uncut gemstone.
What kind of gemstone?
You have no record. This gemstone does not exist naturally. Not in this universe. It'd have to be synthetically made or found in an alternative dimension.
I'll run some tests on it, see if it's got any weird residual energies.
The moment you put a small exploratory beam in it, it refractors it. And you cut a hole through a wall.
Well, I'm going to make
that was a spectrometer beam, not an actual laser.
I'm going to make sure that didn't go too far.
It cut about 1 millimeter.
Only 1 millimeter? Okay.
Mm-hmm. But that was with a spectrometer beam.
Okay.
It magnifies light that refracts through it.
Cool. Going to bring that to a weapons lab instead to work on it, because that's sturdy enough.
Your crystal guy is like, this was the original glass beam design.
Interesting.
This is glass.
Oh, what the beam design glass lasers were named after then.
Mm-hmm. They shelved this because it melted the gun. It had too high of an energy coefficient. It would turn a person laser into a ship or a vehicle laser. The crystal adds magnitude to your laser.
I know Ogre's going to want a copy of the crystal.
It also magnitudes the heat and energy required. So whatever you strap it to.
I'm going to test something interesting.
I need this for my Bwan laser.
I know. That's why I said something about you. I know what you're after, baby. No, you know what I am going to check, Matt? I'm going to run some just straight electricity through it.
It sends a huge arc of electricity out the other side.
Does it actually amplify everything, or
amplifies it by magnitude?
Oh, this is going to be amazing for a reactor too if we can get it to work.
You can literally almost see it with your eyes. See it cook the atmosphere. The heat that this thing puts out is why it's not in use.
Well, yeah, obviously. It's the same reason the glass lasers were. Anyway. I'll run a full battery of tests, see how it does with radiation. Just different energy forms, how it reacts to extra-dimensional radiation, the whole bit.
It doesn't like Leah. It hates Leah. It actually fractures and shatters when it comes across Leah tech, or Leah energy.
Is this something that can be manufactured? Is it artificial?
Yeah, it's printed in a lab. It's an artificial
Why do I
crystal.
feel like this is fucking crystallized baratine gas?
It might be.
Well, since I have a shattering now, I can at least give you a shard. I was going to peel a piece off if it hadn't done that, so that's fine. Matt, there is going to now be a me assigned to that, specifically to start researching it for other purposes, such as applying it to energy systems, non-Leah energy systems, and to see if it can't be used for processors.
Okay, cool. Write that down for me.
Yeah, I'll write that down. What's in the other box? That
was in the boxes. One had the crystal, the other had the.
Okay. And the other one was Rust High. Was the other one? Yeah.
No, and roll for that.
Can I use any ogres rerolls on this if I'm asking for in case I get a good number and I want to try to get it better. If not, that's cool. It's just a question.
No more than twice.
I replace it with a 4.
Oh, shit. Fire
That
away.
works too.
welcome.
There are
You gave it to
18
me, I'll give it back.
signatures of that thing on planet. Several of them move.
Cool. So the moving ones are clearly worms.
There are 3 worms across the whole of Rustime that are star slab blended endosteel worms.
I'm going to ask you one question, Ogre, since you were the one that poked at these the most.
Mm-hmm.
How do they do in Zero Atmo?
Perfectly fine.
Can they swim in Zero G?
Yes.
Well, they use the polarity of the gravity of their own armor to pull and push themselves across space.
Yeah.
They don't really swim.
They become space snakes.
Cool. I want at least one for personal reasons. Those personal reasons are completely, I want to study how it moves so I can make something really stupid using it as principle.
I will give you a smaller worm since I have a couple of them, but the big ones are protected. Remember, I went through the whole shebang to make the Rustime worms a protected species.
No, I didn't remember that.
The Rustime worms, if you put one of these against a predator, this thing would eat a predator alive, even a colored one.
Cool.
That's why I've got a whole taming process going that I'm working on with psionics.
But it has to be the Star Slab Endosteel variant, because the other ones, their armor is not good enough.
Yeah.
And they're not strong enough, because the sheer muscle mass and the hydraulics on these worms, because they have legs, the big ones do, like a centipede, they're way stronger than any of the worms, because they have to haul around all that bulk.
So the other,
Yeah.
the other
Their
12
their crushing power is enormous.
Insane.
Mm-hmm.
So the other 12 are still then.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
A lot of them are Star Slab tombstones from crashed mech pilots.
Those are valuable.
Yeah,
Yes.
well, I'll collect them, but
There are 3 that are not tombstones.
so we got 3 non-tombstone boxes. Okay.
They're all in the same location.
I mean, if you just send me the tombstone locations, I'll send my salvage teams out to get it.
I mean, go for it. I was just going to wormhole them.
Your salvage boys will be nowhere near it. They'd have to take a shuttle to space, and the shuttle would have to go across the planet and then drop them down.
I'll just open portals for them.
Okay, there you go.
I'm not patient enough right this second.
They will
Hey,
also
horseman.
scavenge the areas, and they will find some very interesting mechs along the way.
All the better. More mechs per area's base. Well, more mechs for me.
It'll take them 3 weeks to get to all of these sites and clean them up proper, because the amount of strewn parts across the crash sites and how much they have to dig up.
That's what I have the teams for.
Yep. But they're like, we're on it, boss.
So 3 boxes.
Mm-hmm. So because of the 4, there is one site that you find. It is buried deep under XB1.
Which we were told is a relatively safe site.
It is not safe.
Well,
because it's a worm hive. That's why they had to abandon it, because the worms were like, hey, this is good metal. Thanks for digging it up for us.
Matt, when I say relatively, I mean in comparison to like 4.
Okay. There is a Star Slab lab. Like they line the outside with Star Slab. So the worms couldn't eat through it.
How's that working out? I look at
one of the corners has been nibbled successfully.
I mean, how's that fucking worked out for them?
Inside is a Star Slab forge, a micro forge. The schematic for Star Slab. The forging process, basically the press that bends the plate into shape. And a lot of the schematics that was used to build the Star Slab Behemoth.
Does it include the rifle?
I'll have you roll luck on that one.
What am I looking for?
30 or less.
30 or less?
Hmm?
30 on the dot.
Wow. You were dismayed heavily going in, and then as you're starting to wipe stuff down, you kind of wipe off this big glass sheet that had fallen over. It looks like it used to be because they don't use chalkboards or whiteboards often. They have these glass sheets that they can use as a. Well, this one has the current weapon systems of the Star Slab Behemoth on it, and you're like, oh, fucking yes, it didn't break.
I got reconstructed even if it didn't. If it did. That's the beauty of glass. Instead of trying to move it, I will just take pictures with my brain. Wait, my brain is a camera picture thing. We're good.
Yeah. There is a filing cabinet in the corner that has legit paper in it.
Yeah.
Financial records, not schematics, paper trail for all of the financials around building the Star Slab Behemoth. There's a lot of signatures on there, and none of it's redacted, which is a huge security problem.
Well, sounds like all of that's mine, and I have the perfect accountant for it.
The numbers on that hurt your brain.
She likes numbers.
No, the unpleasantness of how much money was spent to build it. And they never got to use it because it couldn't get out of the construction bay.
Who wants this recipe for Star Slab, boys?
Me.
You will need that forge for it.
Don't worry, I'll reverse engineer the forge and get you a copy.
This only makes 3 meter by 3 meter plates at a time.
I think that, if I'm not mistaken, me and you only really wanted it to make ammunition, didn't we?
I want
Star
it for
Slab
that.
tip munitions.
That's
I
my
want
plan.
it for. I want it for that and something else.
I mean, go for it.
Because if I have the manufacturing, I have the means to finish Zeus Station, though it'll take a while.
Yep.
Because the primary thing I needed for finishing Zeus Station was the Star Slab plating for it, because it gives it its own gravitational field, which can be used by manipulating the Star Slab plates.
Jesus,
Cool.
Zeus Station does not need a Star Slab sheath. Nope.
I will get you a forged copy once I finish reverse engineering it.
Yeah. As you're continuing the conversation, there is a crunching and scraping noise that you wish you never hear in your life ever again, as one of the worms is going to nibble on that corner again.
Matt, I'm just gonna move the entire lab. I'm just gonna use my Black Potentia bullshit just to move the entire fucking lab.
Where are you going with it?
I think I'll head to. I'm thinking of going like just outside of the Zeno lab.
Okay.
Just like as a temporary spot before I move it to another location.
Okay.
Because I'm thinking I'm going to move it to my moon. I just want to prep
inside the Xenolab or outside the Xenolab?
Outside.
Okay. When you teleport it, you have a Star Slab endosteel worm that comes with it, wrapped around the entire lab. It was hard to differentiate based off of your sensor. Yeah. And that container is way more cheap than you thought.
As soon as I see that the worm came with it, I'm going to move us to like the other side of the planet.
Yeah, and the worm just kind of blinks at you, continues to chew on the corner.
No, I I have a pre-set up thing for this.
Oh, go for it. Then.
Because what you see happen is a turret turns and fires a couple shots, which burst into gas. And the organics of the endosteel worm, or the endoslab worm, begin to dissolve because I pre-prepared anti-endoslab worm rounds to defend the lab.
The worm actually will ball up armored. It has really good...
Is it airtight?
Mm-hmm.
Then I'll just move it to the other side of the planet once it balls up.
Yeah, it balls up. It has really good danger instincts.
Yeah. Then I just move it to the other side of the planet. It can have fun. Or I'll put it back in the nest. I'll put it back in the nest.
Just let it drop a couple dozen feet.
One of your other U's basically watches this thing make a beeline straight for that container.
And then I'm just going to prep a spot on my moon, just location-wise, and just move the container there.
It looks like it is trying to molt, and ingesting that star slab is very important for it. So it needs that star slab.
That's great for me. No, that's great for me.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't want what's inside. It just wants the box.
No,
the lab
that's why I said it's great for me. Because I'll port to a middle ground with a large chunk of star slab.
Just give it one of the tombstones.
That I have a couple of repaired. But I was waiting for this. I needed to find one of these.
Mm-hmm. Have fun with it.
Because Blat, the minute it shows up, I use the trick I figured out to calm it, begin feeding it the star slab, and when it begins the molting process, I bind it to me.
Ah, okay. There you go.
Because I had to catch one of the ancient ones molting to be able to bind it.
Okay. Now you found it.
Enjoy.
Nom, 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 nom.
And now I have a nearly solid star slab worm.
It'll take 2 months for it to successfully molt. Because it takes a really long time to get that type of bulk off of it.
Mm-hmm. But once I've got it bound, I'll ask you to port it to my the worm kennel.
Sure, I can do that for you.
Which is going to cause all sorts of alarms to go off because there's now an endoslab worm in close proximity to the base.
Mm-hmm.
That's your problem. That's 100% your problem.
Yeah, but I'm sitting on the worm.
Invading this planet will be a problem because you can sick that thing on any of the drop troops, and the thing will go.
Yep.
You look tasty.
Yep. Oh yes, that's the problem.
When the base commander shows up, I go, "How do you like my new pet?"
Gonna throw it across the continent.
No, it's mine. It's a bodyguard. I have control of it.
Lilith has a very firm and unwavering opinion of endosteel worms.
Yes, but it's my worm.
Well, you keep that thing away from me. And Jackie.
It doesn't have any use for you. You're not Star Slab. Don't you see what I'm feeding it as I throw another chunk of Star Slab to it?
Unbelievable. All right, there you go. There's your opportunity. You have one of the ancient ones. That thing's been chewing on the corner of that lab for a long time.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
The rest was starting to get into the lab because it had chewn a successful small hole in the corner.
Thank you, Liam.
You're welcome. Enjoy. Anybody want anything from what I've collected so far of this shit, by the by? Johnny? Char?
I'm not gonna lie, I tuned out because I've been sitting here prepping for the meeting.
I've got an energy amplification crystal. Do you want that?
Doesn't it break under
Under Leah, yes, but it could work for other things you want to do. Like I know you were planning to do a bunch of stuff with the remote drone mechs. It could
Mhm.
work fantastically for amplifying a generator.
Yeah, we'll probably use it for that. So sure that.
And then
Runic-
otherwise, it's a star. Do you want a copy of the Star Slab Microforge and recipe? I don't know if you're
Sure.
interested in it.
You never know. We might be able to use that for helping forge a new Leah tech.
Okay. Once I can get you the recipe now, I'll get to the Microforge once I've reverse engineered it.
I'll see if I can figure out a way to make my own forge. All I've been missing is a production process for it, because I've had a couple of ludicrous ways to possibly produce it, but without the recipe, I haven't been able to.
Oh, the recipe came as its own thing, so we have that, and then the Microforge is just to give us a way to actually use the recipe. So if you want to implement your own way of doing it, go for it. Otherwise, it won't take me particularly long to reverse engineer a Microforge. I would say probably with my processing surges, a couple days. So it's a matter of how patient you want to be.
If you just send me the recipe, it gives me, because I don't have anything to do for the next couple of days, I can see if any of my manufacturing processes can make it.
Yeah, you got it. What was the last 2 boxes?
They were basically just preserving specific research hard drives revolving Star Slab.
Oh, okay.
One of them is more just data, but is arguably potentially more different, because the first box holds all of the Star Slab prototypes.
Mm-hmm.
Little ingots of synthetic metals. Their first attempts to make this.
Interesting.
But that could yield a wealth of information specifically around the creation and the research around Star Slab. The other reveals that it wasn't Thunderhead or Stormfront who commissioned Star Slab.
Matthias?
No.
Who?
Crashing Anvil.
That makes sense. No,
but he didn't commission it as a full-on production. He wanted micro batches of plates, small plates, for hyper vulnerable spots on nodes. They were supposed to be used to protect the nodes.
That makes sense.
But unfortunately, the gravitation field on these things wiped hard drives over a period of time, like a magnet.
Yeah, because they create the magnetic field and all that. Yeah, that is a threat.
Mm-hmm. It was then repurposed into gyroscopic technology for space stations. Never got finished.
I'll probably continue some of the more viable lines of research.
Mm-hmm. And then there is a file tucked in the back, heavily redacted and encrypted, about the development of the Star Slab space station, which may have some finally some answers as to who, what, where, when, and why.
Crashing Anvil's one of the who's, obviously, now that we know this.
Looking through it, it looks like Crashing Anvil might have initiated the jump to move the damn thing.
I'll ask him why.
Matthias was going to take it. He couldn't allow it.
Fair.
It's just like, okay, fair. He was going to turn it into a Potentia Ziggurat. Unassailable. Impenetrable. And he was going to try and move the subject program onto the space station. So the subjects couldn't break out of containment because it was all made of Star Slab.
Yeah, I can see why he did it.
No.
Well, can't argue with the results.
He regrets the loss of the station.
Of course he does.
In a very, it got fucked up, whatever.
Yeah, well.
Whoops, I made a whoops.
Hoops daisy.
That's Crashing Anvil. The Stormfront would have been livid. Thunderhead would have coped.
After
Crashing
seething
Anvil does
very
not give a
briefly.
shit.
Wait, are we saying Stormfront is the seething? Yeah, Stormfront is the seething, Thunderhead's the coping, and then Crashing Anvil's
the degaff.
apathy.
Yeah, apathy. Yeah.
Pure apathy. Well, that works for me.
His explanation is it was a unfortunate loss of a military and industrial asset, but unfortunately, it is a silver lining due to the fact that the sheer amount of resources that went into it and the output of usable and productive technologies and research that came out of it was
Almost negligible.
Almost negligible. In fact, most of the time, the station was in the red for all costs across the board.
Yeah,
anything you would normally think of, put a 0 behind it. Or 2.
This is like almost like an amplified version of the ACE program where it's basically not really worth the amount of money you're throwing into it.
Nor sustainable. The only thing he does have regrets for is the cost of dimensional energy that it ended up using. That's the actual real loss here. The space station, fuck the space station. What it required to move it to a location that couldn't be recovered. The loss of Phazon was the real tragedy.
You hear that, Char?
Yeah.
We finally found who's responsible. And I'm blaming Matthias anyway.
It's Matthias' fault. If he didn't fucking go after the station, then it wouldn't have had to happen.
If Matthias would just stop being an asshole,
we would have been fine.
Yeah. It would have gotten shut down naturally over time for being too expensive.
Mm-hmm. And it would have been mothballed, and somebody would have snagged it, and then
it would be somebody else's ultimate station, but nothing we couldn't, deal with. It would have bopped around until it ended up in somebody's hands, probably Thunderhead's. Who knows?
I mean, I'm pretty sure Thunderhead would have just repurposed it for a prison anyways.
That does sound like him.
Mm-hmm. It is a place you can never break out of, no matter how hard you want it. The walls literally will resist you.
Mm-hmm.
There is one interesting piece of information about this that you find in here. If you put negative energy through Star Slab, it increases the gravitational pull.
What?
You can turn it into grav plates. If you pull energy out of Star Slab, it enhances the gravitational field. If you put energy into Star Slab, it reduces the gravitational field.
Why is Star Slab so stupid? Holy shit.
You're looking at this and
this math doesn't check out. That's my answer.
It is also a material that does not disperse or be subsumed by the negative energy dimension. It'll literally float in space, increasing in gravitational field forever.
Yeah, all right. Well,
it is too dense.
I don't feel like creating black holes today, so we'll leave that where it is.
Mm-hmm.
Until I need to create a black hole, and then I'll pull it out. Don't worry about that.
Which would make it a wonderful prison. You would expose the structure or the area to something that pulls energy out, such as cooling Dark Slab, and it increases the gravitational field a lot. So if you have a subject in one of the containers and completely surrounded by star slab, they can't move. This is like bone crushing levels of gravity.
Well, I mean, eventually they would cultivate out their way out of it. That's just how cultivators
that's
work.
the real problem.
But if you combine that with my anti-cultivation shit, it would work.
Yeah. But
You know what?
shit's weird.
Shit's weird. That's the end statement here.
And that's what you find. You
Cool.
got your Predator shotgun. It does require star slab as a housing.
That's fine. I expected that.
I can shape you some.
Yeah, thank you. And I mean, I think I'm going to end up probably figuring out how to use this crystal for some energy amplification on my power sources because lol.
Mm-hmm. Energy multiplied by 10, heat multiplied by 10. But also damage multiplied by 10.
And cooling's a thing we can work on. I mean, technically speaking, if you just create something that creates a small pinhole to the negative energy dimension. I heard it when I said it. You don't have to say anything. Anyway.
Actually, if the math would work, you could create a dimensional micro pocket that when the gun is fired, it temporarily opens up a dimensional wormhole to the negative energy dimension and dumps all the excess heat and then closes within a fraction of a second.
You could not have that get jammed open. That's just that's the rule.
Mm-hmm.
Because you're dead if you do.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody else is dead if you do.
Mm-hmm. Everyone is also delivered from Banshee Industries a giant long crate on a huge flatbed. This thing is almost 25 feet long.
A present for me?
Yep.
Why he shouldn't have. It's not even my birthday yet.
It is a bolt-action long tom rifle.
Ah, yes. Pick that up.
Neat.
For a mech.
I picked that up.
Neat.
Unfortunately, it is single shot. But with a little modification, you can make it belt-fed or have a clip.
Nah, we don't need a single shot.
No.
I'm going to put
it's already clip based. The clip can hold 10 rounds. It's just you have to hit the bolt each time to load the next round.
Oh, that's right. You did get the magazine into it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Gross.
It's fine. I'm just going to make those slab tips.
Also supplied with a full clip of Chemtech long tom rounds.
And this is my way of of appeasing Lilith because of my worm, because she gets one, and she gets the 10 rounds of the Star Slab penetrator rounds.
She hugs her rifle, despite it being mech-sized, and runs off with it. Jackie,
Cool.
you also get one of these suckers.
I figured as much.
Mm-hmm. You also get the 10 Star Slab penetrator rounds. These are dumb. The long toms have a huge reload. This has a half action for a reload. Chunk.
Hey, Johnny.
It's a half action reload. It's a full action for a clip swap.
No, it'll be normal. It'll be normal. Long tom reloads for a full clip swap. Because you gotta eject it, grab even if you don't grab the clip, you gotta completely dechamber, prep it, eject, grab the new clip, slide it in, it takes about the same time.
Fair enough.
Hey, Johnny.
Yes.
Johnny. How would you feel if we converted you to Star Slab?
Converted me to Star Slab, eh?
Yeah, what do you think? I was thinking about that. I wanted to suggest it because I'd been thinking about that.
Well, technically, your mech could wear a suit of armor, like a samurai.
Star Slab Samurai.
Shing!
Thinking about it.
And then you can doff the armor because you are the mech, so you would like flow out of it because you're nano, and that's how you doff and don the armor.
Oh, this is beautiful, Blatt. I can now break the galaxy. Nyx Enterprises
Why?
begins offering for sale Star Slab coated swords.
Oh,
mech.
for the ignition weapons,
Yeah.
so that the blade never burns out.
Uh-huh.
Well, here's the problem. If you light it on fire, you're putting energy into it, which would actually reduce the gravitation on it.
Yep, which means it's a heavy sword. When you need a heavy sword, it's a light hot sword when you need a light hot sword.
Those would have to be custom made because you would have to. Oh gosh,
I already figured out the blueprint for it a while back. I just didn't have the recipe for making Star Slab.
The microforge is not big enough to make swords.
I don't need the swords. I need the Star Slab.
Right, but you also need a forge and a press to make it.
So you're just plating the sword, aren't you?
Yeah. Remember, Blatt, I'm the one who's shaping these, which means they're going to be ludicrously expensive because they're handcrafted by Nyx Enterprises.
Oh fuck, that's right.
This is a custom job shit.
Yeah, this is a custom job shit that people will have to queue up for.
Curious question, because I put this on the back burner a bit ago, and I haven't checked on it in a minute.
Mhm.
How is the Xeno armor splice I've been working on for Star Slab? How has it taken to that?
Star Slab does not like
No?
anything. Who would you have on this research, though?
There was a me that was monitoring it.
The Star Slab does not take donors.
Mhm.
It's too dense. But if you were to, with your new information, before Star Slab has been fully pressed, it's porous.
Mhm.
When it goes into that press, under the treatment, it becomes dense and it loses its porous nature. You can't modify it afterwards, but before it gets pressed, that's a different beast.
So I could do this if I applied the pre-pressed in, is what I'm hearing.
Yeah. It actually wouldn't be as dense and it wouldn't be as uncooperative. It actually wouldn't even have a gravitation field until it gets pressed.
How much would increase the production cost of the Xeno armor, though?
This is by 10 times. But you'd also increase the armor by a good chunk.
Along with the weight. I'll have to think about it.
This stuff is very niche. Like hyper niche.
Yeah, no, it's cool. I was asking to see if it, because I feel like it's just going to remain hyper niche.
Now the Endo Slab is a different beast. That plays well. That plays well with a lot of things, including Xeno treatment.
Okay.
So from the worms, their shedding or their armor, the 4 ancient worms.
Because it's partially organic. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yep. It's chitin.
Oh.
And it plays well.
That makes sense. All right.
It'd be the most expensive armor ever built because you would need to find
Oh,
Yeah. You need to find enough
You
to print
know,
it.
sounds like not my problem if I'm the one's telling you.
It's not my problem currently.
It sounds like a whole lot of not my problem.
Okay. For the weapon system inside the Gen 3, you have a huge space in there.
Yeah.
Putting a single weapon system that doesn't fill the whole space is possible, but once you've selected something, you can't fill that space anymore.
I was considering getting a ship weapon and shoving it in there.
If you can get a ship weapon in the 50 by 50 space, sure.
What is the largest 50 by 50 weapon? Like, I don't even know what size the fucking Star Slab rifle is.
The Star Slab rifle is no more than no more than 6 meters.
If I remember right, the 50 by 50 weapons are capital class weapons.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, there's a lot. You can actually put a manufactorum inside. You can put a reactor. You can put all sorts of crap. Basically,
I could put things other than weapons in this space, right?
For the offense space, it is not particularly a weapon space. It's the offense space. You can put an intrinsic field generator in there.
I could just fill it with nanites.
You could fill it with a nanite forge if you'd like.
Well, yeah, I could just like I could ask that tech. What's her? I forget her name because it's been a while. The one that makes like the intrinsic fields and stuff. I could have her put a Ripper field in there for me. We know where there's one.
They're against Ripper fields.
Yeah, it's a moral objection. I know.
It's literally a moral objection. You would be like Huggy, and they're not going to be part of that. They would much rather you just do anything else. Ripper fields are a crime against everything.
Existence.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, so is intrinsic bombs.
Ripper fields work on
That's not...
Inclusion bombs, they're those are about on par, yeah.
I'm just trying to figure out what to fill the fucking space with. Maybe I'll just do a capital weapon.
Then you also have a defensive one, and you have a utility one. Utility one's much smaller.
Just stick a supersized blonde laser in it.
Bomb.
I'll stick a capital class weapon in there. Fucking whatever. I can do more than one thing. I'll do the hunter lit beam rifle. Can I slap a beam sword in there too?
Mm-hmm.
Cool. I'll get a beam sword.
You want just a rotating armory?
Yeah, I'm just gonna go for a little rotating armory.
Okay. What I'll do for you here is you can create a rotating armory storage area that you can design with your nano. Mm-hmm. And what it does is the offense space is just a bunch of open armory slots. Each armory slot has a storage space for not only the power source, but the weapon itself. And you can basically look up your Rolodex and slide left or right depending on which gun or weapon you want. And then you can go, this one! Click.
My mental image was Tower of God, like armory selection type thing.
Yeah, that's fine.
For the defense thing, I'm just gonna fill it with some shield generators.
Okay. Do you want another armory type of thing for shields and stuff?
Yeah, so I can rotate through shields as they get broken.
Utility?
That's gonna get the a mini nano forge into it.
Okay.
And how big is the space?
10 by 10.
Okay, I'm gonna do one of the mini forges, one of the server units. Or actually, one server unit is 1. A full stack is 10. I'll just do a full stack of servers.
Ooh. A full tower
Yeah,
of
just
your
a full
tier
tower.
10s?
Yeah, because I don't know, fuck anybody else. What's that? You want to try to hack me? Good luck. Ding 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 ding. Yeah, we'll go with that. That sounds good.
Okay. You get to pick one specialty for your server. Because a T10 full tower, what's its specialty?
Command and control.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. Yeah, I think because I could do like hacking or defense or
Psionics.
yeah, I considered psionics. Maybe psionics would be best.
I'd probably go up a tier for yourself.
Well, I'm already at a fucking 4-tone.
Command and control is perfectly fine, if you'd like.
He doesn't want me to do more of psionics. I already grabbed magnitude, and Ogre taught me how to do the armored.
If you want psionics, that's fine too.
I'll stick with command and control. It'll be useful for combat.
Cool. Command and control is simple. Each of the towers has 10 charges. The charges can be used to grant a plus 10 to anything you do per day.
Cool.
In addition to all of the processing power it's got.
Yeah, I got that. I mean, with that thing and the fact that because I'm putting a me in there, their fucking pins are going to be supercharged.
Which you can
The
do
processing surge on that's gonna
for
be
the
insane.
first tier 10 tower of its kind. Each tower has 10, or each server has 10 charges in the tower. If you use all 10 charges of a server, or of a specific server, you can get a 1. It doesn't give you the specials of naturally rolling a 1.
Just a 1.
It's just a 1. You use all 10 charges, guarantee a 1 on a roll.
Which is good unto itself.
Yes.
Yeah, sounds good.
Yeah, it
Works
doesn't
for
give you
me.
any improvements. But otherwise, you can increment it to just like, hey, it does all these. Unfortunately, you can't pass these around. Only the Gen 3 can get these bonuses from that server.
That's fine.
Cool.
That's fine. The other ones... This is my you've annoyed me and I'm coming with a tactical nuke unit, so...
The unit is coming. The unit? Alright, we're prepared. Just one guy shows up. I'm a unit.
I'm the unit.
Damn it.
Oh, I know what I figured out what I'm gonna... okay,
Ooh.
hold on. I need to
That's
figure
an idea I
something out.
should do.
Yeah?
I had an evil idea. Sorry. Thinking out loud.
What are you thinking?
Oh, that talent or that quality that gives you mental defense against psionics,
Mhm.
and then just put some merit into it and make it like it's cool. If you connect with my brain without a proper handshake and you try to violate, it just slaps you with the truth formula.
I'm just gonna hit you with all of the math.
So there is a cool thing that Johnny picks up here.
Johnny!
Yeah.
So Johnny, there is something where you're helping onboard this Gen 3. The Gen 3 has 3-dimensional storage spaces, just like kind of the way you'd have a storage space for yours. But it has multiple. And as you observe it, why are you limited to one? With this information and this design, you could build additional dimensional storage spaces if you wanted for multiple things. In fact, if you do it right, you can potentially get a dimensional storage space on each of your mechs.
No.
Kind of like the way the Horizon Dancer has that dimensional storage space where they store that 15 CP cost drive in it.
Hmm.
So you could get. Go ahead and roll me. No, you have the pins too. Just roll me a 1d100. Because you're there helping him onboard and during activation.
And it's not unforgiving. Fearful. Rerolls on this?
You'd have to talk to Ogre about that.
I have my own rerolls.
Oh, as many as you can. You want to play to this, man.
And if you need more, just let me know.
Sure.
As many as mechanically acceptable.
Yeah. So coin toss gives me 3 from last session.
Sure.
It's still the same day, but let's reroll again. Now I'll take a reroll from Enigma. That's all right. Okay. So now I'll take a reroll from you if you want to
Yeah,
pass
be
on.
my guest. You have another one.
It's going to be a 4.
Have another one.
Down the pile. So 14. Oh, 1. Okay.
Oh!
And I will copy that one.
It takes
Cool.
2 slots.
Yep.
Is this this is during downtime, right?
This
Okay,
is
counts as an
during-
additional natural 1.
Hmm?
Perfect practice makes perfect.
You have the successful formula for creating a 18 CP dimensional storage space on each of your mechs.
Cool.
It costs 1 CP for the dimensional folding device. And you can fit 18 CP worth of gear into that spot. The extra 1 is you do not have to roll for stability on this dimensional storage space. It's only when it hits, it takes critical damage.
Gotcha.
Once your internals get hit and you start having to roll for loss of components, if that gets hit, unfortunately, there's nothing you can do. Actually, no, you're a nano machine. You could just literally just fucking eject it out of your body before it reasserts its actual space. So,
Sounds good.
yeah, you can handle it. It's unpleasant. But each of your mechs, if you give up 1 CP, you can fit 18 inside.
Nice.
And it will connect with everything else. This is a new part that your brain has put together. It does not require potentia, but you can anchor it using a potentia node of the Iron Eater practice.
Those
You
are
can
different
even
from the nodes from my
no, it's
Master
just
Potentia
it gives you the
complex, right?
option to give your mech another node, if you so wish, an additional one, which will increase the potentia weight of the mech.
Sounds good. I'll be right back.
You guys are
was
just
like,
discovering shit left and right because your intelligence is way too high for me not to give you just information.
Yeah, I think I've almost got the rules done for my thing, by the way.
Sure.
Me and Char have been discussing it in DMs while we're working out details.
Spooky.
Not spooky, no. Just, we've just been working out details.
Spooky!
Well, I guess it is scary from the GM side.
It is actually, yeah. All we wanted was a giant woman.
That. Can't hear anybody though.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
You can.
Waka waka.
Well, let's put it in the game.
I think I'm settling. Yeah. Yeah. Cool. I'll send you the rules. Make sure there's 7. Yeah, there's 7. Good. And those are the rules.
For your dimension?
Yes.
Is the Gen 3 body Mina Prime?
Might as well make it.
Okay.
Why not? If I'm gonna have Mina Prime be something, it might as well be the best.
You
right?
actually, by the end of it, you stand a head taller than most of the subjects.
This is where you can start looking down on your maps.
It's like when a Custodes looks down on a basically just a Terminator. Like, you are precious.
It's gonna be hilarious when I build the mech for Mina Prime. Because then it's basically a Custodes inside of the fucking what's it called? Centurion.
Ada is going to do space battle hand to hand.
I mean, I was considering
mech.
What I was actually considering doing is, like, since I was gonna talk to you about it actually, Matt. The mech body, or the mech that I'm making, the one I've grown. We never discussed the details on it. I don't think it's important to do that right this second.
No, it'll be before next session. Everyone who has mech stuff, and there's a lot of it that I'm gonna have to go through.
I only had one question.
Yeah.
Can I make that one of my bodies, and then still have it have like the fucking cockpit in it, so I can basically tandem cockpit myself?
No, because that is a lot of effort to make a mech another body.
Mm-hmm.
Which is then pilotable.
Yeah, well, I was using the concept of the mech itself is its own pilot, and then the tandem is the cockpit where it controls secondary systems. So instead of just an AI core controlling the secondaries, it is the cockpit that controls the secondaries.
You can remote in with any one of the Minas to remotely control it, but it can't be one of your bodies.
Okay, that's cool. That's fine.
Unfortunately, the way the
that just means I'll just have to make something specific for that, right? Or do you want
a lot harder done than said? Because
well, a lot of things we do are difficult.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just saying that just means I'm not going to bother worrying about it now. Is what I'm saying. Because the mech I have, I am still going to be happy with.
Okay.
Question asked, question answered. I'm good. Giant woman.
Any last things before we hippity hop over to pre-meeting prep, which is very different?
So how long did the third gen take?
It took a day to get
Yeah.
everything, all the T's crossed and the I's dotted and the
Unfortunately,
Q's dashed.
all of the that is the lowest I've ever gotten my activation for a brain box is down to a day.
Perfect. So I have 5 days left for downtimes before the meeting.
What you want to do, Johnny? What you
It's
feeling?
all cultivation.
What you cultivation? Ooh.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
All right.
But didn't we already go through the cultivation stuff?
First week cultivation stuff we did.
Johnny was holding off until a specific thing got finished.
Oh, okay.
I'll let you know what my second week cultivation looks like. I'm kidding. Please continue.
Yeah. Question. Can IQ cultivate now? They just don't
No,
have any
because it
techniques
is
to
you.
do. But I'm also them.
So thus you are one. And when you
Okay.
cultivate you both, you are considered cultivating. It's not going to double down on your cultivation efficiency, but what I will give you here is whenever you cultivate, IQ will develop a external potentia. So
Okay.
if you develop an external potentia, so does IQ. If you develop an internal potentia, IQ develops an external.
IQ has this. Does IQ have the same amount of potentia that I do now? Technically,
They share yours.
share mine.
They,
All right.
They share
Which
your weight.
means, yeah. Which means, is it the weight of my internal mech, like, which is pretty much
Yes.
me at this point?
Mhm.
Okay.
It shares
So-
your internal weight.
Yeah. There was one thing for IQ is that when their external potentia was, or the equal or amount was above, it's either external or just potentia in general. If it was above the heaven and earth mechs, or any other mech that I'm connected to, they would get a fate point. So that's why I was asking about that.
IQ does get a fate point, yes.
No, it's the other mechs that would get fate points, not just IQ.
The other mechs will get fate points here, yeah.
Okay, because she is now at the same. So that's good. That's good.
Yeah, no, the other mechs will get their fate points. One apiece.
Cool. Yeah, that's all it was. What about Neith?
Neith will get a fate point as well.
And the wording is on this mech, so it doesn't count towards my iron core technique, I'm guessing. So the ship won't get a fate point then.
Ship will get a fate point.
The ship will get a fate point too?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
You've put in a colossal effort for your character and the intricacies up behind it. Yeah. You
Gotcha.
tricked the ship, you cultivated the ship, it is part of your repertoire. That hangar that it came in is an addendum. It's now attached to your dimensional folded space.
That was discussed last time for sure.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, no, it gets a fate point too.
Cool. Second thing, these extra nodes from the mastery of potentia put external into the node for. There's one for heaven, one for earth, one for internal, and it acts as something. I'm not sure what it acts as per se, but it's I'm curious on how that's going to go, because I want to spend some time to make some external and put that into that. You know what I'm saying?
You mean the new nodes?
Yeah, the new nodes from Mastery Potentia, the conflux for it.
What it'll allow you to do once you make it a node is anything you have in storage inside your dimensional folded space, you can
Yeah.
swap equipment out. So if you're Timberwolf,
Are you talking about the ones I just got from the one?
Mhm.
Okay, not those nodes. These are different nodes.
Oh, okay. No, okay.
These are nodes from the Conflux Mastery of Potentia.
Well, if you were to make them a node, the dimensional stored space, the 1 CP for 18 CP type of thing.
Yes. Yeah.
If you cultivate that with a node, what it'll allow you to do is swap out the contents with something from your storage. It also is, if you want to store all of your missiles in that space for the Timberwolf, you can continually feed it more missiles into that
Yeah, for
storage
sure.
space from your storage. Which one were you actually talking about?
So last session, I suppose, that we all were here. I for my first week, I spent 3 complex purchases for potential mastery, and what it did is it gave me a 10% efficiency for every purchase, and plus it gave a node that I could put external potentia into, and it makes a tree for it. That's what you told me for that, but I'm not sure how it goes about, because I want to try it. I know it's not the same as the node you were just talking about. I'm just curious to what that would be.
Basically, all it does is every level, as we discussed, reduces the amount of external potentia you need to cultivate very, very large things, mechs and vehicles and space stations.
For sure.
So you got it to be 30% less.
Yep.
So when you go cultivate a space station, the total overall external potentia required to cultivate it is 30% cheaper.
That I got that. That's nothing. That's not what I'm thinking about. I'm talking about the extra thing you added onto it, which was each mech. Every time I get a purchase, I get an extra node for one of my mechs that I can put external potentia into, and it acts as a tree.
Each mech has an external potentia reservoir node that you can build. So the node basically is, in case something goes down or a node is disrupted or something, you can pour external potentia into that damaged site from the node, which is just a reservoir of external potentia, to either be used to repair, mitigate damage, or reduce the amount of critical damage. It's just a reservoir of external potentia, and the more you spend into the node, the more it can store, and then the more you can use. This applies to ships, space stations, mechs, vehicles, whatever's part of your cultivation group.
Okay. Second thing, can my heaven or my earth mech cultivate potentia?
On its own? No. Only you can cultivate it.
Gotcha.
Yeah, none of the mechs can cultivate on their own.
I just figured each one had a spirit for themselves, right? So
they do have a spirit. It's an extension of yourself.
Myself, exactly.
Because they are you, but they can't cultivate in tandem with you.
Gotcha. Okay.
Are you just trying to figure out how to increase your potentia output? Is that what you're after?
There's a couple players who have figured out some crazy shit. To
them.
Is that what you're attempting?
Yeah, because I need more internal potentia to be able to get that. Right?
Would you like to learn one that basically only me and you can use?
Sure.
Computer brain people for forever.
Cool. Matt, I'm going to teach him my technique.
That will override his current way he cultivates.
It's up to
Just
you
give it
if you want to
IQ.
go with it. I can show you what it does. How about that?
Sure.
It
Basically,
won't ruin anything you have. It won't ruin what you currently got. It won't ruin. It just kind of. This is how you get This is how you get Potentia in the future, and you can't take it back.
so let me tell you what it. Let me tell you what it does.
Okay.
It gives you. Basically, you can cultivate a number of Potentia rolls equal to your intelligence modifier, and then you get an additional roll of that number per unnatural. And processing surge does increase it because it's based on your processing speed.
So that's what I thought you were going to say.
Yeah.
Second thing, IQ and myself are the same, interchangeable, but cultivation is different for both of us. Could IQ not learn this?
IQ can learn this, yeah.
And then she would gain that potentia, internal potentia.
I mean,
that I can then use.
It was originally designed for multiple bodies to be doing the cultivation to begin with. So
yeah, so you would get cultivation from your Earth mech, your Heaven mech, your internal mech, and IQ, and the ship. With this method,
you can. I can tell you right now, with the processing surge, I produced 250,000 in a week. A bit more.
I noticed every time you were rolling, and then you still get your ones, and it's like, ooh, tasty.
Well, here's the thing. It takes a lot of the special stuff out of it.
Oops. Yeah. It automates the process almost. It doesn't matter to Mina for that front, because she's almost spiritualized the automation in her own head, so it works. But it depends on if that matters to you.
So that part, I get that. I do. Which is why if it's just IQ taking that over and she connecting to my mechs I have, and then cultivating that way, I am completely fine with that. As long as I can separate.
You're not going to be able to separate because you have completed the duality. You are now one with IQ. Whatever IQ's method of cultivation, if you find a successful way to get them something to cultivate, it needs to match what you cultivate because you are one.
Option 2, I could help you develop a cultivation technique specifically for yourself, for you and IQ, that can do something similar, and then we can work on that together. Since I know my cultivation technique, you know how you want yours to work, and if we co-op on this, we might be able to get you something that fits you that's going to increase your output.
Sure. Yeah. I like that second option better. I'm already a grandmaster, and it's either when I cultivate, it's one. If I cultivate one internal potentia, it's a perfect potentia, right? Or it's 10 normal.
I mean, my method only does
let's do that.
Well.
Let's do that. And in the meantime, I'll send you the schematics for the dimensional fold.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that.
Hey, yeah, I learned from you, so I might as well.
Hey, I appreciate sharing. Sharing is caring. Yeah, I'm down. I'll help you develop a technique. We'll do some silly shit.
I think the silliest thing would be turning external into internal.
Now, hold on here, mister.
Now, honestly, it's not that hard to accomplish conceptually.
Balance-wise,
I mean, is there really a balance anymore?
Yes.
Okay. If you say so. I'm kidding. I'm just teasing you. I'll help you develop a technique. What do you want us to do for this, Matt?
Some potentia rolls.
Potential rolls, eh?
Cool. I assume I can. Well, actually, no. We can processing surge together.
Yeah. Let's put the pins
Sup,
on
bruh?
it.
Sup, bruh? Sup, bruh? Sup, bruh?
We will do the most intimate thing that two digital entities can, and we will connect our minds.
Oh my gosh, are you... What if Milo finds out?
She can join if she likes.
I'm
Though
Milo!
I don't think that Jackie wants her to.
Sure. I'm gonna see if I can decrease that with my extra roll. Nope. Made it even worse.
All right, let me roll mine.
Yikerinos, boys!
IQ's gonna reroll that.
Here, I'll throw 7 boons at it for giggles. What's 7 times? Including my unnaturals. There's a number.
Hey, we rolled the same
Double.
number. Nice.
Yeah, 31,
That's
31.
that's a parallel right there.
And that's 41 degrees of success.
You guys will definitely find a means. If you guys could potentially provide me with the kind of the blueprint, the foundation of what you're looking for this technique that you're building. Like, what's the goal? What's the aim?
Essentially, what you want, please correct me if I'm wrong, you essentially want a more almost biblical version of my my cultivation technique, my digital entity cultivation technique, right? Where you want it to be more spiritual.
My thought is 2 spirits are better than 1.
Dual
Right.
spirit? I see no logic.
Because there's 2 spirits inside in this case for
Sure,
IQ
sure.
and myself.
There's
Mhm.
2 wolves inside of all of us.
And then we're also combining this together for your spirit and my spirit on trying to figure out this technique.
Mhm.
And it doesn't have to be parts of yourself. It just has to be spirits. It just has to be more than one soul. Duality.
You've lost me. Like me personally.
That's okay. So as long as there's more than one soul doing this cultivation.
So you're thinking specifically have it... Well, the thing is, I think that what he keeps saying was that you guys are one.
Mhm.
It means it doesn't have a second soul. Like she doesn't, like IQ doesn't have her own soul. You specifically asked to make sure there wasn't one, which means she only has yours. So what you're more aiming for is a duality of minds, not soul. 2 minds, 1 soul.
Or being able to I wouldn't say break apart a group, but that's pretty much what I'm thinking. Because my soul is the combination of multiple spirits together.
Mhm.
IQ,
Not just IQs.
Inner,
You also have the
Heaven,
Timberwolf,
Liege.
the Executioner.
Yes, I have all these, which are pretty much, in these cases, smaller to a whole kind of deal.
Oh, you know what? Interestingly, that fits into a different cultivation I did that will assist with this. Matt, we're essentially doing, instead of 1 mind, 1 soul, as my original cultivation was, essentially it's many minds, many souls all acting in concert. So it's basically the opposite of what Mina did to make her own hive.
You could call this orchestra if you wanted to.
Yeah.
So
orchestra.
basically, a bunch of souls making one thing at a time.
Yeah.
Hmm.
You're literally doing the exact opposite of what I strive to do, and that is amazing.
That's duality right there.
I love it. I absolutely love it.
So
There's the
mechanically,
concept.
how would this work in your mind? How you envision this working?
I'm kind of imagining this because you said you want to do a kind of an orchestra type thing. So I'm imagining that you are a conductor and each other mind is a member of this orchestra that's like, or not, maybe not an orchestra, a choir? Like you're all of you are acting to bring about the singular will of the conductor.
Choir is good if it's the same voice. I was just thinking they're all different and they all have their own thing about them, but that's what makes the orchestra. It all comes together.
Well, choir too.
Yep.
Many voices.
Choir, yeah.
It's same
I
concept.
have something for you. Then.
Semantics is semantics.
Yep. I'll have something for you then. Between your collective efforts, you can call it whichever way you like.
Hey, it's her thing. She gets to name it.
What it'll do is when you go to cultivate anything, if it's an external, you get one extra from every spirit or every voice in the cultivation. So you get one from the ship, one from the executioner, one from the Timberwolf, one from IQ, one from yourself. For every one external, you create 5. On the other hand, if you create an internal, you all pool together to make 1 potentia.
I like it.
But that potentia has a lot more going on than any normal one. Even a fully actualized potentia, like a max stack for a single, this is a actualized potentia plus an overloaded potentia.
Amazing.
So you get a actualized potentia, and then you get to add a little thing from each and every one of your voices.
Gotcha.
So if you're like, I want a damage potentia, and you get a damage stack of 10, well then you have the Timberwolf going, let's add penetration! Add 2 to there. Your ship is like, no, we need a little bit more damage. Now it's 11 damage. IQ's like, when we hit it, it needs to do more. Add felling to it. So everyone gets a little bit of, it's not a full weight of the potentia, but everyone gets to chip in every time you guys cultivate. And it adds just a little bit extra from each voice to the main potentia.
I love it.
This is a new way of cultivating, by the way. The choir cultivation. And in fact, both of you realize you don't need someone spiritually linked forever. You just need somebody to be the host and everyone else to be a voice. You can have an entire cultivator sect cultivate one dude.
Cool.
They all cultivate together and they all channel that inner cultivation into the guy.
So we 100% cannot tell anybody about this.
This is highly dangerous. If you're connected like Jackie is, it's not dangerous. It's completely easy. But if you have a bunch of dudes that are just completely unconnected spiritually, anyone who makes an error can fuck up that person who's the recipient.
If they're not connected.
But if you use subjugation or any of the other Mukyang and you subjugate each and every one of these people, now you don't have a problem anymore.
Mostly, I don't want this to get out so Matthias doesn't get wind of it, because
Mhm.
he's bad enough already, and we don't even know anything about him properly.
So this is going to work well for Mina, for how many Minas they have, correct?
No,
No.
they can't. He's already picked his path. He can't undo this.
No,
he can't do
no.
this and his other thing.
I'm walking a path that is literally the opposite of yours, but it doesn't matter because I can produce 250,000 potentia right now without any. That's pre the upgrades from putting my cultivating body into the 3rd gen body. I don't even know what that's going to do yet. So I'm good. Don't worry about me. I am just absolutely thrilled to have been part of actually helping you properly with something, because I felt like I haven't been able to help you with much.
That shit done.
This is huge. You can pass this technique on to the Iron Maiden line, and this will make fucking the Iron Maiden's insurmountable. Like, this is nuts. Because every single vehicle, mech, ship, space station. No. Security reasons. You can't get this. You can't let this get back to Matthias if you hand it out to every Iron Eater.
Who's the Maidens?
Iron Maidens are the Nano Maidens.
Oh!
Sorry. So the Iron Eater plus the.
Yeah. Okay. No, I know the nano people.
Yeah.
I know what the Nano Maidens are.
Yeah.
I was just confused as to who the Iron Maidens were.
All right, the Nano Maidens. I got the name wrong.
I was about to say, are we doing some heavy metal?
Yeah, fuck yeah. But the Nano Maidens, this could be an exclusive to them, because there's only 2 right now, but Jackie's working on a 3rd with Nimlana. Could get fucking wild, dude. You just can't afford the Nano Maidens to get, captured by Matthias, because that would be catastrophic.
But by the way, Jackie, I know that you have your bigger body hidden away, blah, 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 so don't ruin this for me, but I can look down on you right now. I'm tall!
As this huge Mina variant gets up out of the housing and stands several feet taller than you.
Jackie, nice. I'm tall for once.
I won't take that away from you. You got this.
Please don't take it
your
away from me.
medium-sized mech true self is still bigger. It's just your avatar is.
Yeah, that's fine.
Don't immediately take this away from me. That's all I'm asking.
I'm not. So let's cultivate some internal.
I can see the top of the top shelves now. I don't have to climb up the wall for it.
But you had a lot of fun doing that anyways, because you would crawl up the wall like a fucking creepy thing.
It's going to be so much worse when I do shit like that now.
I'm going to get the thing on the top shelf. Please stop. Whatever that is, please stop.
I'm going to be
I'm just crawling up the wall backwards upside down.
Yeah, but it's going to be so much worse when I start doing that at 13 feet tall.
No, the worst part is when you're able to condense yourself into a small form, and it looks like there's a little spider crawling up a wall, and then your head pops out of the front of it.
I fully intend to devote some of my potentia to shape-shifting and size changing, so yes! In fact, I have some informal expenditures. I'm just going to formalize them into that, because that shit's fucking funny. I should not be allowed to do things like this. The world's not ready.
Alright, the world is loaded. You're not allowed to do things.
No, I'm good.
Dang, so would this be part of the Iron Core technique, or is this just its own thing now?
Which thing?
The choir we just made.
That's just its own thing, man.
Just wanted to know if it was a technique to add to my techniques.
Oh yeah, no, it is a technique to add to your repertoire.
I'm just wondering what class I would put under. Like, I got my Iron Core, the Old Guard, Iron Eaters, probably Nano Maidens. What the?
Yeah, definitely Nano Maiden's the right one for that.
Yeah, that'd be an animated.
Gotcha.
Nothing will be the same when we retire. If we retire, we're not retiring. I'm not
okay.
going to lie about it. Well, I guess technically one of me already retired. That's good enough, right?
They're struggling in the arts class right now
That's fine. That's part of life.
because the teachers like put less emotion into your sculptures right now.
Less
You're like,
emotion.
right, because the couple of the sculptures you have and art and paintings you've provided to the class has severely disturbed the teacher and the other students. And you didn't even think it was that bad because you pulled back on it. Anything that does not contain a positive emotion or a very false representation of the world in a very, very positive, happy-go-lucky, beautiful, generous kind of light. If you put anything that would be stressful or provocative, it's a little too much for enigmatics.
I will think about that.
So whatever it is you're doing, stop it.
I haven't even put anything in here that has black. Never mind. I'm not going to finish that thought. You know, I've actually been building a backstory for this one. I mean,
you mean a cover story?
Yes.
Cover identity?
Oh yeah. I was actually building it under. I'll tell you about it later. It's not important right now.
Mm-hmm.
But retired military that went into law. That's the general of it. But I actually have it written out for like a family background and everything, tracked back to Stormfront. Because some people will actually check that shit.
Do you still have connections to your mother listed in that?
No.
Okay.
No, parents dead. That's what is in the records for this one.
Okay. Do you have the names of the listed parents?
Yes. Deceased parents. I actually was going to build it where it's like, oh yeah, no, there's some distant relatives that are still connected. And if you go ask them, it's like, that's probably a cousin, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I like that. It's one of those, obscure, like an obscure family line, a lot of single children, that type thing.
Okay, so
Military history throughout the family. Started with most of the family after Stormfront update retired, or like didn't go back into the military. Was like one of the only ones that did that type thing.
Yep.
Was drafted, wounded in combat, came back with retirement. Frontline combat, so nobody really wants to ask about it too heavily. Pick somewhere where it's like a fleet that barely came back, that type shit.
Mm-hmm.
There's no shortage of combats where it's easy to vanish an infantry person into.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, I'll send you the full thing later. I mostly was doing it for amusement reasons.
Okay.
What
else?
Not important right now. You got more, Jackie?
No, I'm spending the next 5 days making internal potentia for the what is it called? The nano cradle. I'm making my 11th tick.
Nice.
Pretty neat.
You have to give me the upgrades to the 3rd gen body, though. That's the only thing I need.
Upgrades.
I mean, that was the point of the 3rd gen.
Mm-hmm.
It's got
The 3rd gen will not affect the rest of your 1st gens. It is a unique, isolated body. It will not change any of the others.
That's fine, but it changes my cultivation. Partially because of the extra chips. I don't know if it does anything else for the brain box. Because only the prime body cultivates.
It just adds to the collective, but it is a solidarity unit. So, if any of the bodies goes down, the 3rd gen body can then, from the utility space, print a copy of the destroyed version of yourself.
I mean, I'll be impressed if it gets through the Remember Me program, since it has to fuck with tachyons for that.
Some stuff will. But
Yeah,
this
that's
one
what I
can.
said. I said impressed, not surprised.
The 3rd gen, you'll have to decide what its role is in cultivating, because it can go quality over quantity and some what. Okay, what do you mean?
If it's the core body, it's the only one that cultivates now.
Uh-huh.
That is its role. It is the cultivator.
Yep.
So I don't know what you mean by it needing.
Then it cultivates and then provides upgrades to the rest.
Yeah, that happened when the Tesseract got installed.
It doesn't really change anything on the chip wise.
No. Okay, the chips and stuff have always increased like my unnatural intelligence and stuff. That's what I meant by
that. Okay, because the 1st gen bodies have 2 chips. This one has a 3rd chip.
I'm talking about specifically what it does for my stats and the like, because my intelligence, unnaturals, and all that affects my cultivation directly. That's why I said that.
What's your unnaturals right now?
3.
Make it 5.
Cool. Works for me.
Is that a Joshua?
No, is it?
Perfect. It's not Joshua. It's actually Dr. Rogers.
I'll show you a question in the private channel if you could take a look at it.
Okay. Yes. Oh, yeah. Doo-doo-doo. Does that answer your question?
Sort of.
Sort of.
Let me finish up some stuff.
I'm like, it's not too big a deal. I'm just, I feel like if you had to explain it, you can, like.
What we're gonna do is before we get to that scene, I'll pull you off to the side and we'll chat.
Okay, sounds good.
Perfect. Okay, last stuff before we move on to pre-checks for the meeting.
I spent the rest of the week cultivating. You said you would get back to me on that. Because I said I was going to be learning what weight actually is in the lead dimension. Or the phazon dimension, technically.
Wait, especially in what manner?
Especially like in the terms of like continents.
Oh, with your new return to origin, you know the exact density and weight of all the continents that are in the dimension. It's small enough, and there's so few left that you know all of them by name, and each of them have a name.
Okay. I was exploring the continents and figuring the names out in case I need to, use that for a potential
There's
trade.
only 2 supercontinents left.
Mhm.
There was a third, but it turned into another crystal buddy.
Oh, okay.
Mhm.
The evolution of crystals here.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's what my character was essentially learning.
Which means you can have another high-level Leah practitioner and Leah ascended. Because without a crystal buddy, you can't make it past level 3.
Yeah.
Unless you're a chaotic practitioner, but even then. Okay. Yeah, you go around. You've mapped out the whole place. It's smaller than you hoped.
But it's also advantageous that way.
It's easy to defend.
Mhm.
You found all the orbs.
4 of them,
Mhm.
right?
Yep. All in the
Yep.
cardinal directions. They're predictably and easily located once you kind of figure out where 2 of them are. The other 2 are... It's hard to miss.
Yeah.
Okay. Anything else?
Nope.
Okay. We hear a no from you.
I'm good.
Good from you.
I'm fine.
You're fine. And Johnny.
Yeah, just I'm just doing that cultivation. It's going to take a little bit, so
But that's all you're doing?
yeah, that's all I'm doing
Okay.
for the 5 days. So
All right. So we are moving to pre-meeting interactions. Tell me
Yep.
each... Well, Char, you are already focused on prepping for your presentation.
Mm.
Ogre, what is your character doing in the pre-phase? What are you focusing on?
I'm making sure all the people. I'm prepping for the blacklist. Because all the companies and stuff that we know that are tied to the asshole,
Mhm.
We already discussed and agreed the minute the meeting gets started to cause a big snafu for him and distract him, all of those are getting blacklisted, if not shut down.
Okay, you're preparing for some fuckery. Got it.
I'm preparing for a massive political strike.
Okay, are you going to personally be involved in this, or are you going to be at the meeting?
As far as I know, I don't have any say in the meeting. So I wasn't expecting
Banshee
to be
Industries has a non-voting seat. You are big enough to have earned yourself a seat.
Then I'll sit in and listen.
Okay, it is a non-voting seat. You get to sit in and listen, and maybe voice some concerns, but you'll be sitting next to some of the manufacturing people, which doesn't have a lot of
That's fine.
power. Okay. All right, Mr. Banshee, I got a seat right here for you. Bloop. Makes Banshee of Banshee Industries. Perfect. There we go. Jackie, you're on security.
Mm-hmm.
Perfect. That leaves Liam, my guy. There's some people who show up.
Yes.
So, there are... Let's go through them one at a time. So, first person who shows up is Enigma Management Director Vigo. He shows up at the space station. He goes through all
Who
of
is this
the.
guy?
He introduces himself as his title, Enigma
No.
Management Director Vigo.
I'm asking you as the GM. Who the fuck?
This guy, you have to go through him if you want to make any changes to Enigma. He's basically the land manager.
Oh,
He
so
thinks
he's,
he has a seat at the table because nothing happens on Enigma without his approval.
so he's the guy I went through to buy the land
Mhm.
on.
Yeah.
His organization, yes.
I'm gonna look at him like when he starts trying to roll up. I'm gonna look at him kind of confused as to
He goes
and
through
go,
all the
"What?
security and sits down for an interview
Why are you here precisely?"
because I deserve a seat at the meeting. I know not a voting seat, but at least a voice seat, yes? I'm
Why?
a prominent figure on Enigma, the crown jewel of the Empire. My position is not insignificant. In fact, my clearances are extremely high, considering that I need to know the locations of all sites that cannot be infringed upon, as he gives you a wink.
I will check his clearances. I'll actually check his clearances via Thunderhead, the fragment that I know is always haunting in my head.
This guy has the weirdest clearances ever. He has almost all of the clearances involving old tech, old histories, enigmatic protocols and whatnot, but anything involving organizations of the larger picture, such as Obelisk, Spectrum,
He has no idea on any of them, huh?
he is not allowed to look at any of that, but his clearances are as high as they get for anything involving anything you can interact with on Enigma.
Which
Which
would
means he knows
mean
where all the node locations are.
Yeah.
Is this meeting being held on Enigma?
No, it's being held on a very private space station, which means
Which-
he flew the fuck all the way over here on a Spectrum
But it
shuttle.
also means it's a military space station. He doesn't have authority to be on it.
No, he has
He has the right clearance for it.
He's got the right clearances to show up and ask. He just
Yes.
doesn't have the clearance to disagree if I tell him to fuck off.
Yes, he is asking for a voice seat so he does not miss out on this once in a
Ever.
multi-generational instance.
I'm gonna kind of pause, and I'll ask both. I'll ask all three of the Thunderhead versions and Nieth what they think of him before I make a move here.
He is a survivor, and he has extremely good political acumen.
hmm
But some of the conversations that he is going to be subjected to and privy to, he does not have fucking clearance for. Because the moment Obelisk Corporation opens their mouth, he is not allowed to listen.
Got it. Okay, that's what I was thinking.
I have something for this that can help
Same with
you.
Spectrum.
No,
Let me
no.
just deal with this one.
I have something for this that can help you with a lot of people.
Yes.
I designed a set of earmuffs that if anything begins being spoken by somebody that you don't have clearance to hear from, it mutes it.
Well, it's also somebody responding to something said. And yes, say subject A speaks on a speaks. He's not allowed to hear what subject A speaks,
Well,
but then subject B responds.
Well, if one of the subjects has to come into the meeting,
No, I'm talking
I'm allowed
about
to see
like
them.
person A. Sorry, person A.
I understand that, but I'm also considering the people involved.
He
who
has
would be allowed
clearances
see
to know
them.
about the subject program. Because it all started on Enigma.
Fucking course he does.
That's why he's so fucking weird, and all three of the Thunderhead variants are like,
What's Nieth's opinion?
Nith is like, I don't want him here. He is a nightmare of classification.
Mhm.
He can stay on the space station. He can't be in the room. He can be fed lag data. Basically, you sit in a special room, and there's a screen in which you're allowed to watch,
Mhm.
and it's basically, it's on a 15-minute delay.
Yeah, I see where we're going with this. So we can censor out what we need to censor out, and
Right.
he can witness that way and say that he was there.
Right. But it's 15-minute or however many delay, so that when it reaches the authorized editors, the editors fucking slash this thing, and then he's allowed to listen what he's allowed to listen to.
Okay, so he's going to see me cock my head slightly, and I'm going to look at him. You actually don't have sufficient clearances for the discussions and matter.
Oh my. Seriously? I have all sorts of clearances.
They're focused around Spectrum and, well...
Oh, I have Spectrum clearances. He has a level 1 Spectrum clearance.
I've seen your Spectrum clearances. They're actually not high enough. However...
Oh. He perks up at that.
I can offer you a position of witness to the event.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have sufficient clearance to be directly involved. However, you can remain on the station. I will give you a private viewing room, and you can mingle with the participants, the direct participants, before and after the meeting. And you can witness via the private viewing booth, where you may have whatever refreshments would please you. And we do have quite the plethora of refreshments on offer from Banshee Industries.
As Nix pulls out a cigar,
I'm actually
going to
move us to the normal
Go for it.
barracks, so that you can see the pictures of these people. So we're gonna...
Oh, look, there's S there too.
Well, that's just that. So I have a series of dudes.
No, I just forgot we had S on that map.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
No, and Ziobi as well.
That one I knew. Those two, sometimes it's creepy to be around me, not just because of me, but because they follow me around like lost puppies.
And now that you have the super variant of you, you're on the same size as them as you kind of walk around. And 3 fucking level Gen 3s are like...
I do remember doing something to repair them.
Yeah, I helped you.
Yeah, that's right.
All right, so this is this guy. Enigma Management Director Vigo.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to offer. I'm like a private viewing booth. Unfortunately,
he would absolutely adore that.
And of course, you can meet with people before and after the meeting.
Okay. Next one on the docket, Royal Guard Rep Winthrop.
Ah.
He is he retired Royal Guard captain.
We had a discussion about that.
He still shows up. He is their political advisor. He is not necessary.
I remember, I think our settle on that was to give them a witness seat, essentially. But not
that is permissible. We can go through that. Yep.
Yep. I'll give him the same rundown and be like, this is what to expect, da-da-da.
The collector's rep will show up. Not the collector, but the rep shows up.
Summary execution.
I was just thinking that. But it's his rep. Do I just execute the rep to make a statement?
No,
yes! What can I help you with, sir?
Looking at this guy, that's actually him. He's claiming to be a rep. No, that's actually him. You can tell by some of the apparel he wears underneath the coat. The coat is fucking amazing. Like, this is an ancient, refurbished design. Like, very. What's that from Shadowrun? The armored.
Like the fuck. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Not Amari. Well, Amari.
Yeah. It's the armored fashion design line.
I know what you're talking about. It's like Evo or. Oh, now it's bugging me because I can't remember off the top of my head. I know what you're talking about. I don't remember its name.
Armani. We'll just call it Armored Armani.
No,
I know it's not that's what it's called, but but underneath the clothes and specifically the accoutrement and the flare he wears, those are one of a kinds. Those should be on display in a museum. That's him. No, that's not a rep. That's an actual collector.
Wasn't the determination a summary execution if he showed up?
He's asking for the ability to listen. Or at least to say he was here when the meeting happened.
All right, hold on. I'm going to put it to a vote right now. Summary execution or give him a private viewing booth. All in favor of summary execution?
I
vote.
I vote.
I vote. I vote. Let me black bag him.
Okay. Because this was the only way you were
he's-
going to get your hands on this guy, because he's been elusive for the entire
Because
You want him?
he has a lot of stuff that I want, and I'll just have my Void Walkers take him.
He gets black bagged by Voidwalkers out of nowhere, Liam, and the seat's empty.
Well, the message that you get is, I want some things out of his collection. We can discuss
Bloop.
what.
The fucking collector's gone. He's gotten grabbed.
His clothes fall to the ground.
Somebody who shows up is enigmatic concerned citizen Joe. He has flown all the way from Enigma, and he has opinions.
I want to know how he knew about this place, considering it was classified to the nines.
Who is this man?
There is no information on him in any record book, but he is highly concerned. He woke up out of stasis for this.
I'm gonna kind of
Wait a minute. No, I've heard of this guy.
Yeah.
He's tied to the the fuck everybody department. The oversight department.
Not
We
quite.
have oversight reps.
Not quite. This guy is Stormfront's conscientious objector.
Okay.
He's the guy that when Stormfront came online, he picked a dude with way too much common sense and went, if I'm doing something stupid, your job is to tell me to knock that shit off.
Stormfront can confirm this is him.
It is him, yeah. And he is absolutely loathsome that this guy is here. He's like, fuck, I thought I lost you. Damn
I'm
it.
going to look at him. I'm going to look at him. I want you to know Stormfront just cursed about the fact that you are here. So
Good.
welcome in.
Okay. So where do I go?
You'll have a voice seat. And I'll give him a voice seat. I'll direct him to the right people. I can already hear Stormfront just giving me the death glare in the back of my head.
No,
I'm
he's resigned to his fate.
I'm like,
He's not giving you a death glare. He's like, fuck.
yeah, and I will look at the other ones, including the F and go. I feel a conscious objector is probably appropriate for what's going on here.
Yeah, he is the voice of the everyday man, the average Joe.
Yep, I feel it's appropriate. He'll have his voice, and that's it.
Just random people, dude. You're like, you get a seat, bro.
Also, who told him?
All right, here's the NDA.
I don't sign NDAs.
You sign NDAs.
I do not sign NDAs.
Don't worry.
Stormfront's
about
like,
it.
he'd never signed NDAs.
Don't worry about it. He's probably just gonna get shoved into stasis tube by the end of this anyway.
Most likely, yeah. The
Besides-
next guy on the list is this guy. Enigmatic Node Security Director Wilgrim.
What?
No, he runs
wait.
Umbrella Corp. Summary execution.
Wesker, what the fuck are you doing here? Oh, this
He
man.
sits down summarily. The guards are mysteriously missing when he shows up.
I'm
They're
more
like, we don't want to touch that.
I'm more confused as to why he's here when there's already Royal Guard for the nodes. I'll put the inquiry to the fucking collective. What the fuck? Who is
Probably
this man?
because he's private
They're-
security where Winthrop is public.
They're
hold on.
spooked. The only one who knows of the identity is Crashing Anvil. This guy is in charge of node security of the entire enigmatic empire. He knows where every location of every node is and is responsible for its upkeep, defense, and maintenance, and updates.
I feel like he's giving us dirty looks because we've built more than one node.
Yeah.
What's going through my head right now is he's doing like a really shitty job. like just the things we have done have violated node security so heavily. We should have met him before now.
Right, which is why he's here now, so that this can be talked about for the ongoing future. His department has a grand total of 10 people, which the Banshee parents are of the 2. He has 8 other people in his department, understaffed, underfunded, and no one else has been able to get the clearances to do this job.
He also does node techs. That changes things, actually. I'm going to kind of look at him. Hello, Director. I suppose we have a few things to talk about.
Why do I feel like I've met him in my childhood? Because he probably visited my parents a couple times.
You don't remember. But you do remember that your parents rushed you out of the common room and kind of put you in your room without power. Like you couldn't actually, you could read a book from your tablet offline. They were terrified of something.
I have decided.
All I require is a observation seat in the room, not even a voice. I will not say a single word. If I do speak, you can execute me on the spot.
Understood. Acceptable. One thing, though. I would like to talk to you about expanding your department sometime.
Good. We are understaffed, undersecure, and I can't get enough techs onboarded because it requires both Stormfront and Thunderhead clearance to onboard anyone new. Do you know how difficult that is?
I'm aware. I can assist directly.
That would be highly appreciative.
I can even include Crashing Anvil into it. Full approval across the board.
He will nod his head.
Wonderful. We'll discuss that after, yes? Unless you have... You know what? Another me will slip out of a side door. Let's walk and talk.
Of course. Thank you for your time.
A pleasure to meet you.
I know that you are busy.
Always. But there's always more ways to find time.
Indeed. The next rep is Mordred's rep. Miss Fun shows up.
Miss Fun. Miss Fun. Miss Fun. I know Miss Fun. I had to play fucking games with Miss Fun last time we went to Mordred's.
Yeah, I remember she introduced herself to me too because she's head of mech security. I was head of personnel security.
I've got to look at her. Why are you here? How
For
are
fun!
you here?
I was given special permissions by the Queen to be here.
You know, guys, you need
I'm
to
gonna
put
shoot her in the
security.
Just gun out right through the brain box.
And they snap their head back forward, and the bullet pushes itself out Wolverine style. That wasn't fun.
It was fun for me.
Okay. Well, I am here on official capacity. Mordred gets a voice, yes?
No.
No, Blatt.
Mm-hmm.
I'm doing the one thing that was the reason I was waiting to go back to Mordred's.
Oh.
I'm stepping up. High five.
Which one?
To Miss Fun.
So you're going to high five Miss Fun in the meeting?
Well, we haven't gotten into the meeting yet.
No,
Well, this is the
a
pre-meeting.
fine-
This is the
yeah.
this is the interrogation
yeah.
rooms.
Then yeah,
What,
offering her a high five.
What do you?
They high five you almost on instinct.
And when they come into contact, I shatter their potentia.
The whole body is cut loose. They're gonna be reassembled in Mordred's, but yeah.
And he just looks over at you, and psionically you hear, I figured out how to shatter potentia.
I had a different plan for her, you asshole.
The longer she's here, the worse it becomes.
No, I was going. I wanted an animatronic directly attached to the queen, so I could start backdooring her.
Miss Fun is actually the worst option for that.
Not when she's out here
Sorry,
being a
wait,
rep.
alright.
This is probably the only time she would be a good option for what I have planned.
Miss Fun is one of the ones which is the worst to try and counterhack through. Which is why they sent them. Actually, the best one to hack is Mr. Sun.
Yeah, well, could you ask me next time at least, or at least tell me what your plan is before you do it? Also, stop walking into my fucking meeting rooms. It's very rude. I don't walk into your interrogations.
Yes, you do.
No, I don't. Not unless you ask me to. Name ones. Right now.
Excuse me.
No, you're right. I apologize. I actually thought for a minute.
I have never interrupted one of your meetings. You nugget.
Yeah, but I have a particular disdain for them. Sorry.
And I don't. They killed me.
You don't have to work for them.
According to them, I do.
Yeah, but when do you ever listen to anybody?
When do you?
When it helps. And I'm just gonna walk out.
Exactly.
The last person in the meeting is Dr. Rogers. He's been asked by the Thunderhead to be expert testimony in Aether's presentation.
I just look at Roger's name on the list. Consider not even meeting with him and just deny stamp right up front. But then Thunderhead did request him, huh?
Yep.
Mr. Rogers?
Sorry, refresher course. Liam, are you the AI character person?
Yes. I am
Really?
the AI.
Oh, good. You look much better than before.
She's also now 13 fucking feet tall.
Like I said, much better than before.
I've upgraded. Smarter now, too.
Good. Don't use
I have
much better than Alexa. Don't use Alexa.
I have more doctorates now as well.
Oh, good. Good. I want you to meet my son so you can shame him into going back to college. He's so
Sure, I can do that.
Oh, okay, good.
No, I absolutely can do that. You got a son I need to shame? I can shame him. You know how many doctorates I have right now? It's ridiculous.
He never listens to him. He always says, "Oh, Daddy, it's so stupid. You need to go learn more about arts and about culture."
You can do that
Don't
after
do
you
it.
have your doctorate.
You don't have to do it. You could just rework the universe with science. Stupid.
If you want- You know, Mina was about to open her mouth to disagree and then thought about her current project and decided to not throw stones in that glass house right now. You know, that's fair. That's fair. That's fair. He can still do it after he's gotten a doctorate and given you several grandchildren. Yeah?
Boy doesn't want to do grandchildren. Shame his family. If my father was alive, he would be killed, and then he'd make me find a way to bring him back to life so we can force him to have children.
I could do that. You didn't hear me say that.
Are you talking? Oh, okay. I didn't hear you say that. Okay.
No, she immediately said, we can do that, and then went, wait, no, you didn't hear me say that. Unless you really want to do that, because that is something. Never, you know what? No. Sorry, evil scientist.
Is it
coming
free?
out again.
Is it
No.
free?
Does it have big discount?
I can offer you a friend discount, though.
We talk after meeting.
We'll talk after the meeting. Stamp of approval. All right, you've been asked to be an expert witness.
He's not sticking around. He's a supplementary expert testimonial to Aether's presentation, but he doesn't stick around for the meeting after.
Cool. Yeah, you'll be there for expert testimony. Here's where you're going to be. Here's all of the. Well, you can talk to Aether about any supplementary material you wish to demand from him. Is that acceptable?
Yes. Very good to see favorite child. So boring working with failure all the time. I'm so tired. I have bag under my eye. So
Wonderful.
tiring. You know
Wonderful.
feeling. You know feeling. Even though you have. I don't recognize those upgrades.
They're all custom. I made them myself.
Why can't Alexa be more like you?
Well, first they have to become a robot. I can help them with that. You know, more people need to become robots. Don't you think so?
I mean, more robots means less family, so I don't know. I have to think about it.
Ah, but you can make your own grandchildren custom this way. Custom. From the brain programming right down to the body.
I don't know. I'll have to do research. I don't have enough research on the subject.
Well,
I can do that when I retire. Thank you.
Well, it's an open offer. That one is free. I do biological upgrades for free.
Okay. Dr. Rogers, you are going to be sent to Aether's prepping room.
Aether, you get a message ahead of him that just says, warning, Rogers is incoming.
And your door gets slowly opened. Your guards are missing. As this person comes in with this person in tow.
Subject K, subject J.
You're Mina, right?
I am indeed.
Where
Matt,
do
what
you
do
need us?
Okay, Matt, what do I got on these two? Give me a start.
These guys are dead. They're supposed to be dead in every record known to man. And to any of the Thunderhead voices. And all the Thunderhead voices kind of are leaning back like, ooh, you're supposed to be dead. But
no, according to all records, you're dead.
That's what I wanted them to think. We retired. This is my husband, Jay.
You faked your deaths to convince everybody you were gone so you could retire into a peaceful life.
Yes.
Might I ask why you want to be here?
All of the other subjects that are alive are here. Subject Z is also in proximity. Can you not feel it in your teeth?
Z. He was the Spectrum one, wasn't he?
No, that's Matthias's monster.
Oh, that's right. That's why we needed the other subjects, so that Matthias's beast didn't do his shit.
We hate him and what he has done.
Mm.
His beast is prowling the perimeter.
Yes, that is
What
why.
do you need of us?
I need him to not be a problem.
We have never been able to ascertain his true identity, his signature, his aura. But we can keep his beast at bay. We can keep external and internal threats at bay that we can identify. We're good at this. We know what to look for. But Matthias himself, that is beyond our capability.
Not Matthias's beast is all I need for now. Matthias, I'll handle in time.
Of course. Tell
that
us where
note-
you want us, and we will do as you ask.
Would you be amenable to working with the other subjects to handle that side of security?
Of course. X will not be pleased, but they have always listened to me.
One other thing, though. You faked your deaths. I understand why. Would you like citizenship so you don't have to hide?
We have citizenship. As they hand you their citizenship papers, it's fabricated, but it has all the records. They've been living like this for decades.
I'm going to look it over,
It
nod.
holds up.
Matt, what I'm going to do after I look it over and nod, I'm going to put my fucking seal on it to prove it. It doesn't matter if it was fabricated at that point, because I'll fucking back it for them.
We will hold the line. Forgive us if we must interrupt the meeting. We will take the problem individual away.
There is one other to keep an eye on, as they will be less than pleased by the very start of this meeting.
Name them.
The representative of the Oversight Committee is not going to be pleased with my news.
They will be removed upon your indication. You merely need to give us a signal.
I will arrange a signal with them.
We will be watching, even if we are not in the room. No subject should be in the meeting room directly. We will unsettle everyone.
They will not be. Not that I care much if they're unsettled.
No, we must have everyone in the room firing on all cylinders. They must be confident. Maybe the opportunity for arrogance and comfort so that they can expose their true selves. But if they are nervous that we are there, they will be cautious, and they will not reveal their true objectives or true self.
I see your logic, and I appreciate it.
We will be on the perimeter. You only need to gesture.
Of course. And after, if you'd like, we can talk about anything you might need.
Of course. And they will come over, and they will kind of look over the knuckles. They kind of grab the hands, kind of rub their thumbs over the knuckles of Subject J. You should be kinder to the hired help, dear. I know. They got in the way. You asked nicely. It's all right.
Is there anything I need to be cleaning up?
No, we merely roughed up your guards. They'll be fine, but their pride will not be.
A little humility never hurt anybody.
Except for the royal guard.
Oh, the royal guard are probably pissed.
Yeah, the two guards in the front there. Hey there! Dr. Rogers opens your door. He doesn't kick it open. He doesn't. It's not dramatic. He opens the door it's like a normal person.
Nita, you here?
Yes, I'm here, Dr. Rogers.
Good,
It's a
good,
pleasure
good,
to
good,
see you
good.
again.
Good. I'm so tired. I can't stay long. I can only help out a little bit. How you been?
I've been good, making inventions, exploring science. How have you been?
I'm so tired dealing with all the failures in my department.
Oh,
I only
yes, that
slept-
is true.
I only slept 10 minutes yesterday.
But that's so long, Dr. Rogers.
Oh, not without caffeine.
Is your wife telling you not to drink the caffeine again?
Oh yeah, I think she tried to call me. Let me check.
There's 112 calls.
What
Missed
the
calls. Missed
hell?
calls.
Put my phone on silent.
There's an active call right now.
I can see it now. There's a message. The background has been changed to a message from your son. Ha ha ha! I got you.
No. The actual wife is actually calling right now.
Give me 30 minutes. Here is out of the room.
The moment you answer the phone, you're hit with a slipper through the phone.
I knew I should not have given her that for Christmas.
They have bent the slipper through time and space and hit you with it.
It also returns back to her after.
Yes, it does. And there's two. I tripped and fell. I'm embarrassed. Don't worry about it. It's fine.
You good?
I got hit
You
with a
okay?
slipper in real life. Who knew?
It's fine. It's fine. Am I bleeding?
Are you bleeding, Blast?
I am perfectly fine.
Are you sure?
I tripped on the carpet on a flat surface like a Chad. Don't worry.
Wait, no.
The only
you-
thing that
no,
was
no, no.
embarrassing is that I tripped and my headset fell off.
No, you get to look down at your feet right now and tell me that
I've
neither
already
your-
looked. That was the first thing I
Okay.
looked.
Because, we can't trust you now.
You know what? My roommate does this all the time. If I walk on an uneven surface, hell, if there's like a step, he's like, "Don't fall." I'm like, dude, it was once.
All it takes.
It's all it fucking takes. Like it does not end, man. But I appreciate the concern. I can't bash that. But at the same time, it's like, gosh dang it, me. Apologies. Please continue. As I trip in real life and spill my freaking headset across the floor. Fortunately, I had nothing in my hands. So, no damage, just embarrassment.
As long as you're okay. As long as you're okay.
Most likely recorded embarrassment because I don't know if Johnny's actually recording this, but
Sorry, did I just miss Matt falling on his face?
I didn't quite fall on my face. I caught myself, but then the headset was like yeet off my head, like it had it was just playing all along.
What a shame.
Just you. All right. Apologies, everyone, especially if your ears were a little mangled there. Sorry.
I mean, Rogers is preoccupied with his wife, quote unquote talking to him for 30 minutes.
Yeah. And then we'll go straight to the meeting. All right, guys. Meeting time.
All right.
As a note, as everyone was walking in, they did receive their own data packs.
So
And the first thing unlocked was the translation device.
Cool. Matt, there is one other important piece of prep you should know about. It's a very simple one. I got another military fleet. One of the ones that was in mothballed. More specifically, I am getting the models that are designed for fighting other ships. Just in case.
Just in case. Okay.
Hey, I'm about to tell the oversight committee that they don't exist, which I plan to do before you do your presentation and everything.
Okay.
If that's cool with you.
Yeah. Just make sure that we're synchronized on that.
Yeah. That's why I'm bringing it up now before we actually walk into it, because I thought part of this prep was going to be stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
So I figured that now was the time to say.
There's a weird knock on your door, of all things, Aether.
Oh.
There's an individual who knocks and kind of pokes their head in. They wear stark black armor with orange hair. And they kind of look at you. I'm in the right room.
I want to look at him up and down. What does he look like?
That. I'm the procurement director rep.
Interesting.
Ogre spoke about this once. There's this secret group on Enigma that when the Thunderhead is desperate for funds and budget, these people have a network of everyone who has money.
Mm-hmm.
And they beg funds for everything.
Yeah. I'm like...
Am I in the right place?
I haven't heard from them yet.
Procurement director.
Yes.
Or the representative, at least?
I'm a rep of the organization. I know I'm not supposed to be here, but I don't know what funds will be necessary. I don't expect a seat. I don't expect to be here for long, but if you can just put me in a side room away from anything that is damning, be preferable.
Of course. I'm gonna punch in like a few numbers and hand him a key card.
Appreciative. I'll be in a side obscure room to be out of the way. I don't want to be here either. This is a clusterfuck of classification and authorization, and I don't have the clearances for shit. As you kind of look them over, there is nothing on file. There is nothing on file about this person.
Do I taste tachyon particles coming off this person?
Yeah, you absolutely do.
The tachyon shift and mist.
Once they're gone, I will just message Mina's internal brain box.
I should be able to taste tachyon changes.
It's subtle. It has to be in the same room.
Okay, because I did pick up a bunch of stuff for dimensional noticing, but if it's subtle,
this is suppressed. This is.
No, that's fair. Like I said, if it's actively being suppressed, I didn't pick anything up for that yet. Though that's going on the list now.
But yeah, I'm gonna message Mina as brain box. I'm like, room 128, procurement director representative, and tachyon particles.
Not supposed to have those. Copy. Fucking procurement department. Well, I mean, if anybody's going to procure the ability to do this bullshit, I guess.
Yeah, they're in a very side room. They have a fold-out chair and a fold-out table, and they're literally just playing on their phone. There's a royal guard outside the room.
I mean, what do you want me to do with it? He's here now, right?
Yeah, you can go in if you'd like.
I'll go have a chat with him. I'll go check in on him. Mostly, no, I know what I'm doing. I'm going to step in there. Hello.
Wow, you literally had to fold yourself through the door frame. Don't see that often.
Well, just as a polite reminder, there is a pad for teleportation for future notice.
Appreciative.
Yes.
You know what that tachyon smell smells like?
Hmm?
The Remember Me program.
Is this guy a first gen?
You're not sure. They're not an animatronic. They're full biological. Which means they've been exposed to a lethal dose of tachyon particles.
Are they gonna die?
Tachyon particles are unpredictable in how they age a person. Either regress, stay the same, or progress in age. Which means this person does not care about age. They stay the same regardless of what the tachyon poisoning has done.
Huh.
They do not have cultivation. They have one cultivation, period. One potentia. Which means they're a normal person, you think.
Or that they've returned to origin.
Or they return to origin, yes. Can I help you?
Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to stare. I was deciphering a couple things with you.
You have the collector. I want him.
I'll slip in, shut the door behind me, lean against it. Well, finish slipping in. All right.
He needs to be punished. I did not train him to be selfish. I trained him to gather resources that need to be preserved, and then relics need to be turned over to the Thunderhead, not hoarded.
At the very least, they need to be somewhere the public can actually see them.
Precisely. I don't care what you do with them, as long as they're not destroyed or hoarded, which was one of my core tenets. I did not teach him how to acquire things or procure things selfishly.
Your core tenants.
My core tenets. Do with him as you wish, but I prefer if I were to be the one to punish him.
You're not actually a rep, are you?
I am a rep. I'm exactly as I have stated. I'm not what I used to be. I don't do what I did before.
Can I ask you one question? And if you don't want to answer, you can decline. Why do you smell like the Remember Me program?
Because I was the one who got the tachyon generator for Muldred's. I was the one who physically installed the damn thing before the containment was put up.
I see.
That level of tachyons cannot leave you. It's like radiation poisoning. Once it's done, it's done.
The place really does just eat people, doesn't it?
More than you know. I do mean that sentence. More than you know.
I
You
don't
have a
want
meeting to
know
get to.
I do.
I'll be here.
I'll tell you now, Mr. Banshee's the one that actually has the collector, but I'll talk to him about getting it back to you.
I want to have everything he's ever collected returned to the enigmatic people.
You know for a fact that won't happen.
All right,
That's Liam.
The meeting is now fired away. Did Mina Prime want to be there, or is one of the smaller Minas?
Nope, Nina Prime. She's gonna roll in for this. If I'm gonna flex, I'm gonna flex.
Welcome to the grand meeting room. Let's move Milo out of the way. Let's put the bigger Mina behind the other Mina. Let's put this here.
Part of the reason why I want this here is an opening move. Where is he? Where's the... Ah, there we are. Great. Wonderful. Everybody's here? Everybody comfortable? Yes?
Yep.
Cool. Cool. So, as we are all gathered together, once everybody's sitting, I'm going to kind of look around for a second, nod to myself, and the voices of the Thunderhead is going to kind of stand up, look around. Before the formal meeting and the presentation undergoes, there is one important piece of business that must be undertaken. One that all the appropriate individuals who are necessary for the announcement are currently present for. Thus, there is no better time for it. And she's actually going to reach into her coat and pull out a physical piece of paper, walk over to the oversight department, and hand it to them while saying in a very calm tone, "By order of the Thunderhead, the Stormfront, and Crashing Anvil, the Oversight Department is officially dissolved. As of now, all of your personnel are to be pulled off of their current duties and be set aside for reassignment. All equipment are to be referred over to the Obelisk, and all equipment and holdings are to be referred to the Obelisk Foundation for reassignment to appropriate factions or groups who will utilize them in a appropriate fashion by their discretion. All individuals."
Do you make the gesture to get them extracted
Well,
before they protest?
That depends on their own actions, as I'm going to say, you will be marked as citizens, and your what's the word? Your permissions,
Clearances?
not permissions. Clearances are, as of this moment, officially revoked.
The individual gets up, clearly distressed, and do you want them removed by the subjects and held in containment?
Depends on if they're willing to leave and go with the guards themselves, because guards are going to
no, they're going to make us think about this.
Then yes, the subjects are going to be called in to remove them.
They are gone. This will be out of order, but Josh has to go. So Josh, Aether has presented, as is out of order. Go ahead and make your expert testimonial, please, as you are escorted in after Aether's presentation of his findings. Joshua! Are you muted? Josh. Don't die on me, Josh.
Dead.
Clotis?
He's dead again. Once more, Josh has consigned himself to oblivion.
Yeah. The time this a little out of order. Because last week he had a lot more time. This week he only had an hour window.
Hello?
Yeah, go ahead and make your...
Now?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry. All right. As you know, there are many changes in the Leia dimension, and the cultivation quality of the Leia is directly attached to the health of this dimension. You know, like if someone poop in backyard, it stinks inside the house. Okay. So we have found some important new discoveries. However, if the Leia dimension falls below 34% of total phazon mass, all Leia practitioners will be affected. Their cultivation will be degraded. They can't do all the cool things. But more importantly, if it falls below this threshold, the dimension will not be able to recover naturally. We have to artificially restore it, and it will have to be very extreme methods. Not cheap at all, very expensive. So, if we are going to do the extra dimensional cultivation, honing the potential, and Matt, you can correct me if I'm getting this wrong. Honing the potentia of, wait, hold up. Wait, Matt, it says practice of honing the potentia with properties of attributes of adjacent dimension has connection to said potentia, right?
Yeah, the health of each dimension is directly related to the potency of each cultivation attached to that dimension. So if you cultivate it and your dimension degrades, so does your potentia that you cultivated of that dimension.
So I'll just say that because I really have to go. I'm keeping them waiting.
'Kay.
Sorry, guys. Hope you guys have a good session.
Thank you,
always
Josh.
nice to see
Sorry
you,
for
Josh.
pushing
Yeah.
it to the limit.
No problem.
Thank you.
No problem. Bye.
Yeah, mistimed it by a little bit.
Yeah,
All right,
happens.
to rewind back to normal seat or normal time.
Half the people in the room have a
Mila.
mild aneurysm because all the subjects showed up.
Oversight department. No, just 3 of them. Subject J, K, and X showed up. Put a hand on everyone and went shh, and then just they teleported away with them.
Yeah, but there's still several normal humans in there. They're small aneurysms, small ones.
Several people make notes. Several people just kind of blink. This is a group of people with professional poker faces.
Blinking is impressive.
Wilgram takes off his sunglasses, pulls out another from another pocket, and puts another one on.
Wow. What a way to turn the caller right on the spot, huh?
It's like, oh,
And all
I
he
need my
says is,
serious glasses.
you can literally see in his posture. He doesn't speak it, but he recrosses his legs, and all that comes across everyone's mind is disappointing. Directed at the oversight department.
Disappointing. Yes, we're all disappointed in them.
Yes.
I'm not going to say that out loud. Instead, the voices of the Thunderhead is going to return here. I apologize for the suddenness, but it was deemed an appropriate moment to accomplish this. Any who wish for a copy of the pronouncement may receive one now, or
Everyone holds up a hand or a finger. Literally everyone.
They will all find a hard copy in front of them, full stack of paper.
Okay. So, there are a couple people who have showed up that are not what you expected.
By the by, there is one last thing you should know, Matt.
Mm-hmm.
I am going to seize as many of those fucking assets as I can get my grubby little hands on.
You guys were already well prepped on the way.
I know.
After the session.
Yep. Just wanted to say that.
Yep.
Returns
All
to
this
sea.
Foundation just kind of raises a finger, but without being called on, he makes a comment. They didn't have the clearances anymore. Your actions were appropriate.
She does not react. Period. The voice of the Thunderhead is not going to say a fucking word unless the Thunderhead needs it to do.
We were called by a Priority 1 meeting, which hasn't been done in over 450 years. The individual who called upon us is, by the record, an individual known as Aether Lamarin. Aether Lamarin, you have something very important you need to tell everyone. The floor is yours if the voices permits it, and if the toll permits it. Margrave nods.
The Thunderhead Council has nothing more to say at this time.
And all of the heads of every major industry look towards Aether.
Aether will stand up and go, "Hello and greetings. My name is Aether Lamarin. I'm going to hold up a hand. I'm going to hold up a translation device, or the translation device. With me today is someone who is known as Crystal Buddy. And I'm going to form essentially like a ball that's still connected to me, but so that little Crystal Buddy can be seen. And hold up like the little device to it. So Crystal Buddy can talk here.
Hello! Mirth! Everyone's like, volume. Hey, hello, Mirth.
I'm like, all right, and that's it. I'm like, calm down, Crystal Buddy.
Okay.
I'm gonna pull him back in. They are a natural resident of the Phazon dimension. And the reason we are here today to talk about the state of the Phazon dimension after an incident had occurred. I'm going to pull up a graph. One showing the energy level before the massive depletion of it, and one showing it where it's at now. Our society runs on Leo.
There is a finger that goes up from the Spectrum head director, which is not the guy you guys have contact with. The guy at the very top of Spectrum that has no name and no record, above the guy that you guys know personally, has showed up instead.
And Ethan's going to continue talking because now is not the time of questions in the meeting.
They will touch the screen on their data pad, which has marked their question. What is the event that caused this? Because this is hyper important.
Yes.
Because there is a beautiful graph of a very slow, almost imperceptible decline, and then there's a literal cliff.
Yeah. The event that caused this would have to be the transmutation of a mass weighing roughly, and I'm going to give the very vague definition of the, roughly what the atomic mass would have been of the Star Forge, the Star Slab Forge.
I mean, we have the exact math.
We do have the exact math.
It was the equivalent of moving a star.
Yeah. Essentially, somebody decided to move a star through the Phazon dimension and eat over half of it. Or, half-ish. This object being moved caused an immense strain on the teleportation of this, on the immense strain on the Phazon dimension. Which has caused us to now have to reevaluate our usage of it. Should we continue our usage as is within 3 years? This is the projected state of the Phazon dimension, putting it below the danger line. Should it reach this point, its collapse would be inevitable.
They'll just stare at you, waiting for you to continue or declare that that's the end of your presentation.
Because of this, I am petitioning this council and the Thunderhead to move forward with different plans for Leah in the future, including the removal of Leah from the common day travels of our... I just forgot their name. Out of character. What's that corporation called?
Atlas Foundation?
Atlas.
Yeah.
Atlas in the military.
We're keeping it for the military because it's kind of important there. The removal of transportation via Atlas. We have set up new working solutions with that of our associate Mina, and are willing to start rolling those out when appropriate. But we need to start removing ourselves from the Leah dependency that we are on, lest we create critical failure of that dimension, destroying what little life there is in it permanently.
Hello, math. They've all dialed down the volume, and little buddy in his math portion actually is translated into a sentence. We don't want to die.
I would. This will be. Now is the time for questions for this part of the presentation. This is going to be like a multi-stage presentation, right?
I mean, we set the schedule, so yes, it is a multi-part presentation.
Yeah. Dr. Rogers comes in and explains that the nuances of his findings, which are actually pretty startling, which help support Aether's findings. Specifically, that if the total energy to mass ratio of the basically phazon mass to Leah falls below the 34% line, anyone who cultivates Leah lose cultivation potency. So if you have cultivated an actualized potentia, you can forget that. If it falls below the 34% line, it starts to degrade. 9, then 8, then 7. You get weaker and weaker and weaker as the Leah dimension gets weaker.
And every time the Leah dimension gets weaker, it's going to cause a massive fluctuation in Leah energy, which means any ship that's currently using Leah transit will no longer be transiting. It'll be stuck.
Worse, actually. If it falls below 34% line, as Josh had said,
they don't exist anymore.
There is no. This is the point of no recovery. This is the point of no return. If it falls below 34%, the dimension can't recover on its own.
Yeah.
Especially if there's a continual use. So you have to supplement it artificially, which means any ship in transit gets absorbed. Yeah. The Leah dimension will literally eat any transport or anything, literally using Leah transit to supplement itself artificially. So any ship in transit, you can kiss that goodbye. And you guys are very close to the cutoff line. The current dimensional health is recorded at 37%. You are 3% away from total dimensional collapse. What's even worse, if it does enter below 34%, it'll start grabbing at adjacent dimensions for stability.
Which means our dimension.
Yes. So it'll start grabbing at your energy. And unfortunately, your dimension, all of your energy is in stars. It'll start the heat death of the universe if the Leah dimension falls below it and can't recover.
And then we have the problem of the Greys coming in.
Yes. The Greys will collapse the Leah dimension permanently to protect this dimension, which creates a vacuum void, which this dimension will then gain extra territory by absorbing the Leah dimension's space, the vacuum of it. Yeah. Which means the whole dimension shifts and changes and reorganizes itself to fill that new space.
Which means we, as a society, have committed genocide. After that,
it's bad. It is a 3-factor bad.
Yeah, and after that, it would be Zezro. Yes, coming in with their
Dr.
findings.
Rogers will then excuse himself because he's only here for his part of the presentation.
Yeah. Zezro's presentation will be next, where we talk about how this was a known factor of the Leah Council that they kept hidden.
Yeah. Previous Leah, the whole council voted that to preserve the whole
their power.
Well, not just their power, but to preserve the status quo, they will continue to use. Downside, they didn't know about the big jump. So they thought they had a lot more time. The whole Leah Council didn't even know that somebody moved a star through and ate through 50% of the dimension's mass. They couldn't.
Yeah.
So, any last things, Aether?
Aether's closing arguments, basically. I propose 2 things. One, I have already taken steps to reinforce the Leia dimension. We need to cut down on specific avenues of our Leia expenditures. And I will have those charted out. 2, in order to have a better grasp upon each realm, I would like to propose a new union of ascendants whose purpose is twofold. 1, to be ambassadors for outside ascendant, and 2, to maintain and help monitor the health of associated dimensions, as the negative energy dimension is an important part of dimensional balance, as it takes in energy and feeds it out to the other dimensions. And we may, in the future, avoid a similar repercussion as this.
Unlike most groups of collection or groups of people that mumble and start to talk amongst themselves, they're all dead silent with perfect poker faces.
And then Aether will float and sit down in the seat.
Voices, Toll. You first.
Cool. Me first.
You can have a private conversation with the Toll, if you so wish, and the rest of the voices.
Well, the first thing that's going through my head currently is that Aether went slightly off the agreed upon script by saying that we were going to shut down Atlas when that wasn't the plan.
No, I said shut down Atlas Transportations.
Yeah, you sounded
on Leia.
You made it sound like you wanted to shut it down, which puts us in a little awkward of conversation correction.
No, because then I also did follow up until we can get our new transportation working that we have going on with our associate Mina.
All right, I'm gonna look. Okay, you know what? Right this second, I am gonna look over at Margrave, and I'll open up a private conversation connection with her.
It's not good.
No, it's not good. We already knew that. And already we're being asked what the movement that removed the energy was. Do we tell them? Because they're going to ask for more information on that. They're going to want to know.
All of these people are the most qualified of the bunch. Like this is as qualified as it gets. So there is no piece of information you can't share. It all comes down to what you want to share. You don't have to worry about oversharing. It's all about undersharing.
Oh no, I understand that. The question is, do we want them to know that Crashing Anvil ordered it? Because they'll ask why.
Security concerns.
It was compromised by a third party.
You can tell me their name here.
Matthias.
Yes, he's been recorded as a problem. The conversation you had earlier with Kay.
Mm-hmm.
Good. They mentioned that Matthias's attack dog is circling the perimeter. Usually they're not separate, which means he's here somewhere.
Yes. The first one I was
Do
actually
you think
thinking...
he's among the crowd?
Well, my first person I considered for that is actually either our concerned citizen or Director Wilgrim.
Fair.
But
Do we excuse them?
no. Without proof, doing anything will cause more problems than it'll solve. We need a way. Right, I apologize, but right this second, we cannot actually have
I need to remind you of something that you know.
what's up?
You know that Nyx found a way to look into somebody to see if Matthias had planted the domination shit.
Yeah, I have the same thing. We both have that.
None of these people have it.
And it unfortunately doesn't help us
Okay.
identify Matthias himself because he can even hide from Shangri-La.
Fair enough. Apologies.
Which also includes Aether. He can hide from you too.
I appreciate the attempt to assist, but that one, unfortunately, we're on a dead end on. That's kind of the problem. That's a problem with this fucker. For all I know, he could be one of these two guards right here, and we would never know. He definitely won't, because he's an arrogant fuck.
Fair enough.
He could also be any one of the reps or voting seats too.
Mm-hmm. Most likely, if he is among the voting seats, which there is a good chance he is, Clarkson's actually our best bet on that. It
or
would be
the Spectrum head director. Because your Spectrum buddy was supposed to show up. His superior, who didn't exist, that you knew, he wasn't. There's not supposed to be someone higher than the guy you knew. This guy showed up. Your director's superior, the head director of all of Spectrum, has showed up.
Yeah, but unfortunately, there's no way to prove one way or the other on a Spectrum fucker either. That is the crux of the whole thing with him. Is there is no way I can point at somebody and go, it's definitely him. The only way to get him to give himself away is to do something to piss him off.
And he's always been the coolest customer.
Mm-hmm. All right, so for the time being, I guarantee you he's in this room. I guarantee it. There is no way, with everything going on, he isn't. But can we do anything with that information? I don't think so.
You can quarantine them all, but then you'd quarantine every single member of major industries and organizations across it. You'd literally cripple the entire empire.
I need an excuse. That's what I need. I need a reason to do something. If we can get me a reason, we can make a move. Without one...
I mean, we could offer up a request to... Because the biggest thing we've confirmed about Matthias is that, or at least the biggest thing I've been able to confirm is that the biggest thing he seems to hate is psionics. Because he can't use it.
It's a lot of people in this room.
Yeah. The only thing I could think of would be to request to allow a scion to check for mental tampering.
I can already see... No, I can see what you're asking. No. We will... These people will just fucking leave instead.
You guys will lose your jobs and be put in prison if you try and force this shit. These are heads of industries that cannot be besmirched or defamed in any way. This is the biggest political minefield all of you have ever seen. You make the wrong move, your career is over.
Fair enough.
The Investigator General alone.
I mean, you could...
He is on your side, Mina, by the way.
I know.
You could...
But... I'll leave it at that, but...
Could you get in touch with your actual friend who's supposed to be the head of Spectrum and go, is this guy actually in charge?
I'm going to be scrambling some minas to look into that now.
No, he is legit. He is the secret head of all of Spectrum.
Yeah, I figured as much. But that doesn't stop him from being Matthias.
It does not stop him from being Matthias. It makes him a better candidate to be Matthias.
This is my point. Is right
here's
now.
Here's the thing. What we can do is we can wait until lunch. Because this is going to be a very long meeting.
Oh, it's going to be oh, yeah. Catering has already been provided from Enigma itself.
Even if like the presentations don't go horribly long, the debates will.
Yeah. This will be an all-day thing, if not multiple days.
So the thing is, if we want to get Matthias out of this crowd, we would have to do something to lure him out. But I don't think we can, for the simple reason of he considers literally everything except himself to be expendable. It does not matter what the asset is. It doesn't matter what it cost for him to get. It doesn't matter how long he's had it. He's not sentimental. If we corner him, great. But we're not going to do it lightly. It has to be something that threatens him personally, directly. And unfortunately, we don't have anything for that. Yes.
In character.
In character-wise, me and Margrave are having a quick convo. So I'm going to look at her. I'm just going to be like, or not look at her. I'm going to communicate to her. He's here. We know he's here. It's not a question.
I have no leads.
We don't have anything on him. And he can hide his potentia to near perfection, if not perfection itself. The only way to get him to move, because he will vote out of his own favor if he feels he needs to. We have to force him to make a move to threaten himself. I don't think we have anything for it.
Margaret's going to blink and look you in the eyes, actually.
Mm-hmm.
It won't be us. It won't be anyone in this room. It won't be our friends. It won't be anyone. It'll be who we cultivate. It can't be us. We've made names for ourselves. The only way Matthias will ever be exposed is from nobodies.
Yes. It can't be anybody he sees coming. What it does mean is right now, much as I understand the want to make him a factor, we can't make him a factor.
No, it'll ruin everything.
Oh, I don't agree with that specifically.
No, if he's here, there's going to be something we need to watch out for.
He's going to strike at our organizations while he thinks our backs are turned. It's either that, or he's going to try to kill the entirety of everybody here using something he thinks we can't stop.
The crashing end was like, no. There's nothing here. Clean, even by my expectations and my abilities. Stormfront falls in. I hate to say it, but my more tactical self is correct. Nothing on my expectations or within my database or intuition has dictated that there is anything of lethal or otherwise present here.
Well, no. That's because he's not going to bring it here. There's going to be one of two things he does if he decides to try to kill everybody here. He's either going to be having it come in from outside the star system, which, hell, if you get the right stealth item, you could just hurl a rock hard enough.
Thunderhead says the most scary thing of the bunch. He's not going to do anything.
I think
he's been wondering of who belongs to what, who runs what. This is him getting names to faces. He's not going to do anything. This meeting is going to go perfectly. This meeting will be everything we want it to be. There will be no interruptions. There will be no hijinks. There will be nothing. It'll go just as planned, which is the worst thing possible.
No. He thinks that it's going to be the worst thing possible because it's a mind game to him.
No, it'll be the worst thing possible for us. Because he won't expose himself, and if he is here, which we all of us agree that he is here. One of these people is Matthias in this room, which means he knows everything that will happen in the near and distant future. He will know every name and every face.
You say that as though it matters. You see, the problem is, he basically already did.
No. There's two faces here he couldn't know even if he wanted to.
The Spectrum Director.
And one other rep. One other person.
I suppose Security Director Wilgrim, he hides himself well enough.
Yes.
It's the money guy. Oh, it is.
No. No, it's... Yes. No one knows who the security director for the nodes are because he knows where all the nodes are. Now that he's put a name to the face and that he knows he exists, this is. But what? We also know everyone here as well, which means we're on equal ground. Which is the first time we've ever think we've been with him.
Look. End of day. You're wrong about one thing. He's also playing a fucking mind game with us. The very fact that we are right now wasting processing power discussing it when we all know he's not going to do a damn thing here because it doesn't benefit him.
Mm-hmm.
It's a distraction. His very presence is a distraction. He wants us to also be bickering.
Then we shall not. We will press forward then.
Yes. If something comes up, we will deal with it as it comes. Doing more right this second will not benefit us.
Understood.
Now, back to subject.
Subject, or on topic?
On topic.
It's a good clarification.
No, that's why she's like, fucking AIs. Yes, on topic. On topic, do we want to provide any input at this stage?
Margrave will speak up. The Thunderhead has decreed that the Leah dimension hosts sentient life forms and is a protected habitat. Further use of any Leah extracted directly from the dimension currently must go through the Leah department through Mr. Lamarin. Other individuals of authorization is Zezro. Zeshe is in an unstable state at this point or moment in time until they have been completely vetted by the Thunderhead and or authorized individuals and notarized. They will not be a authorized source, but these two are the individuals who may approve additional usage of Leah canisters or Leah technology currently in this dimension. If not in direct use, needs to be immediately returned directly to the Leah department to be reinstituted back into the Leah dimension itself to rebolster its energy reserves. Phasing out of the old technology needs to be done immediately. Further use of Leah will be highly supervised by the Leah department. Any additional jumps will have to go through the Leah department. If you can utilize additional or other means of travel, those will be completely paid for by the Thunderhead in any avenue.
What the hell is the point of the meeting where we're just going to declare what we're going to do?
Other topics
I suppose.
are now open to discussion as to the specifics of new technologies, new findings, new stances, comments, concerns, criticisms. That is what we are here for. Please proceed. There's a bunch of eyes that kind of slowly roll over as the heads turn towards your collective direction.
Nix will hold up a hand and be like, Nix Enterprises combined with the Chemtech department has developed a new means of gate travel.
Atlas Foundation rep holds up a couple of fingers, looks at you. Do you have data?
Considering we completed it, he will. I assume there's a couple of attendants roaming around to do things.
Yep.
He'll hand it to get plugged into the big display thing in the middle.
Yeah, goes up on the main screen. What do you present?
What would be presented currently is the stable gates that have been built, which allow person-to-person transit.
It's not gonna be a lot at this point.
Yeah, it's currently we have easy transit from planet to planet, as you can see in the demonstration, transiting from Ares base to a secure location on one of its moons. The process is currently being expanded as gates are being constructed so that they can be placed near and around stations, as it is cheaper resource-wise to transit from gate to gate, though you can transit from gate to general location. Any vessel can be used, but the increase in size increases the cost of fuel, though the fuel is hazardous.
Do you have security measures with this?
Demonstrates it, shifts it to the storage means required and pulls up a little data point on the details of it, including the implosion bomb if anything goes fucked.
The head director of Spectrum. Incursion bombs or implosion bombs. Very dangerous technology.
It was something I developed as a means to deal with hazardous materials, as it directly throws it into the negative energy dimension.
Mm-hmm.
Which research I have done has directed me to understanding that anything thrown into the negative energy dimension is eventually dissolved into energy, which is redispersed into regenerating other dimensions.
All right. And this is through the Chemtech department?
The fuel is produced through the Chemtech department. The gates themselves are produced through Nix Enterprises.
Understood. Where is the Chemtech department? As they all look across the room for the Chemtech department representative.
Did she not bother showing up? Because I would have.
They were not invited.
Chemtech
like-
wasn't invited to this.
No, we did not invite the Chemtech department because you didn't say you were going to involve them in this.
I didn't know until recently. One moment. I'll just.
No,
we
can't invite anyone. No, this is a closed meeting.
If they aren't invited, they're not coming.
Oh, then I'll be like, as the viable thing is, as they were only producing fuel, it was not deemed necessary for them to be invited.
And who deems that, sir?
The group in general.
Do you say that
No, I don't know how to say that. I
it'd be the
will.
voice
I
of
would.
this-
I would say that
Hold on,
as this
hold on.
was. I would say that as this was a very recent discovery and production, I believe that timing was an issue.
How recent?
48 hours.
That's plenty of time for them to be here, yes?
The voices will speak up. We determined it was unnecessary at the time, as they were only producing fuel, and the recipe is for perusal for the council.
You would open this recipe for all of us to have? Voices.
Not to keep.
Once we know this, we will have this. Once we look at it. You must know this, Reyes. Just
You
because we can't
know.
walk off with this information doesn't mean we
You
don't.
know the policies behind individual production, do you not?
We do.
Production rights.
Atlas leans back.
Then we
Yes.
know you have full respect of it, and that you will not be reproducing the recipe without the permissions necessary, as everybody here are respectable individuals.
The LS Foundation rep leans back. No, I don't think we will. I think with this formula you've presented us, we will be making this post haste. We will be making new drives. We will be providing ourselves our own fuel at our own cost out of our own purses so that we can continue to move goods. The goods must flow. Supplies must move.
From the back of the room, Miss Morgan, who is there under her own purview, is going to kind of speak up. There is an additional alternative to the drives in regards to jumps into locations without gates, and that is handled by me. I have a direct way to move items, regardless of mass, regardless of distance, immediately.
So you'll be at our beck and call in every single instance, no matter
Yes.
how minute, for free of charge until this transition happens, yes?
Yes.
Then that is acceptable. Can I have that in writing?
Already have it for the Thunderhead.
Of course. We appreciate your contribution, and we will cease the use of all Leah across the entire Atlas fleet. If you can prove that you can handle moving all of the Atlas fleet at all times, no matter how big or small.
Hey, Matt, I've brought that spectrum up to, what is it at, 20 points now?
You just realized how big the fleet is.
No,
Holy shit,
I've got
that's
like
a
fucking
lot of ships.
I've got like 20 points into it now. If you
I
want me
know.
to slap more into it, I can.
There is so many minas that need to be pulled off of research and other
Oh,
mundane
that's why-
stuff.
No, that's what the servers are for. That
Mhm.
was the entire point of making multiple server racks, and I'm producing more to keep up. That's the
Fair.
point of the server racks.
Alright,
That was the plan behind them.
very well.
Mind you,
What
we've now been-
energy? What source of transportation are we going to be using? Does it use dimensional technology, which means we need the math for it?
gates, math will be handled at a third-party location.
How do we
As
get to the gates?
You fly through.
How do we get into the area where the gates are located?
The gates will appear for you on location.
No matter where the ship is?
Yes, distance is of no consequence.
Mass? Potentiate?
Potentiate has the only limitation currently. And Matt, one small question for you. Since I am tying myself directly to the subdimension, does the weight of the potential I've shoved in that count?
Yes, it still does.
Cool. Current weight would be around 31 million for Potentia.
Then it looks like there is no limit to the amount of ships we can move.
That is correct.
Understood. This is good. I have no further questions on the matter.
Mm,
Thank you for your contribution,
Of course, he had to
Miss
fucking.
Mina.
Of course, he had to fucking announce this shit now, you motherfucker.
It was the time.
The obelisk representative will lean forward, kind of clear his throat. Do you and your projects need resources? I understand there has been quite a few requests across the department for approval of stewardship of specific systems and planetoids. This new source of travel, does it require materials?
Who's he directing that question towards?
The voices. To this whole.
Yeah, I believe that they're like, this is Liam clarifying real quick. There was a pretty hefty material requirement for the gates for the stations, wasn't it?
Yeah,
Mhm.
baritine gas and francium. Both, and a whole bunch of other materials, but those are common enough that you guys will never have a problem getting those. It's these two materials that are a son of a bitch to get your hands on.
Baritine gas is the primary component that is an issue. Secondary is francium.
The Spectrum head pipes up. Through Banshee Industries and Spectrum Department, baritine gas will not be a problem. Francium, on the other hand, is not something that can be handled.
Mina at the back will go, I have a source within my mining operation. A very large one. It's not infinite, but the mining operation's already in place. And she'll actually send a projection of how much francium is in there.
Not enough. Not
But-
enough for the overall. I mean, it'll be
Oh,
good
no,
for
it's
10
not.
years.
Oh yeah, it's not enough. That's why she was basically
Yeah.
emphasizing the limitation.
Jackie, the procurement rep asks for you.
Jackie.
Johnny?
Johnny.
Is Johnny dead? Did Johnny die?
I have no idea.
Let me send him a message.
I didn't think you guys were going to be announcing that you were going to try to replace the fucking the drives right this second. I thought we were going to do the temporary solution and then go from there.
No,
Well-
the drive was intended to be a additional temporary solution because after the drive is intended to be a solution that's an emergency use
Mhm.
when other means are limited. That's why I introduced it as a up and coming thing. And wanted to emphasize the limitations due to materials.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
because if they found out that I was using a different means, the amount of fallout that would come down on me would be ludicrous.
Oh yeah.
So I had to reveal it now, otherwise I'd be screwed.
Johnny is gone.
What?
Johnny has not responded.
Huh.
It is 7, almost 8 o'clock Mountain Time. Are we close to the end of the session?
I guess we did go over about.
I believe so.
I think we went over. Yeah, we went over 20 for our normal time. I'm good to keep going if we want to, but
I'm
well
fucking ready.
Well, when Johnny gets back, they're going to have a conversation with the procurement specialist, which will float up the chain through Ogre. Ogre, the procurement specialist, has a synthetic formula to create any element on the periodic table, which makes you blink. It's like What?
Yeah, if he's willing to supply me with that, I can build a manufacturing hub to make gate travel a more standardized means, and with the capability of producing a couple more.
It needs xenotech and chemtech to do
which
this.
I am more than proficient in.
No.
But I will state that with a bit more time in researching, I will be able to create a more stable fuel source, which
Going
would
through the
make
formula,
this...
it requires a Omni Mesh Tech, some culture supplies, and some other materials to make. Like basically, 1 square makes 10 milligrams of francium. You only need a milligram for a single canister.
Just looks at it as like, with my current production capabilities of mesh tech, and this...
It's your mid-grade stuff.
Yeah, with my current production of mesh tech and this production method, francium will no longer be an issue.
Right, harvest is a real fucking problem because this stuff is so rare. You can barely find 10 kilograms in a planet.
Yeah,
The whole planet.
Yeah, this means that the greater limitation will be baratine gas, but that isn't a limitation.
Right, the whole spectrum of apartments. Like, if you can solve the francium problem, we'll solve the baratine problem.
Yeah, it's like which is where Nyx lets loose. Yes, I have the means of producing any currently known mesh tech.
And they're all like, so it requires a mesh tech square to produce 10 milligrams of francium, which gives us 10 drops. So we would barely be able to, even with all of our harvest, survive 2 decades worth of harvest. We'd get 2 decades of this new travel system, which is nothing. They don't know about how well you can produce mesh tech.
Yeah, I just look at them and go, I can produce, let's see here, based on current estimates.
Mr. Banshee, you were hyper intelligent, yes?
Yes.
Your character is very smart.
Mm-hmm.
Less is more. Less you share, the more powerful it is. Don't share that. Don't tell them how much you can do. Just...
I have a means of producing what is needed. I think that would be the best way to put it.
One of the other manufacturing specialists kind of looks over to you and asks you earnestly, vagaries are nice and all, but if we end up having to depend on only Banshee Industries for this resource, it would have to be subsidized by the Thunderhead directly, which means you must give up the manufacturing recipe, yes?
As of currently, and I know it's straining me, but he will grudgingly say, it is not possible for others besides myself to do so.
You get a lot of side looks. A lot of side looks, especially from the voting seats. A lot of them are looks of blandness, but there are a couple looks of, really, bud? With the entire industrial complex of our collectiveness here, you say you're the only group that can produce this? They're basically calling bullshit.
Yeah.
With a look.
Yeah, they're not wholly wrong either.
No, because I psionically bound the ship to myself. If anybody else tries to do it...
No, they're asking for the fuel recipe.
Oh,
No,
the Chemtech fuel recipe?
Yeah, the crystalline Chemtech fuel recipe. They don't care about your ships.
Oh,
They just want to be able to produce and supply their own fuel for the gates.
he'll be like, "Oh, the fuel recipe. Sorry. That you will have to discuss with the Chemtech department."
Which is noticeably absent for such an important meeting that seems to involve them. How disappointing. We have a lot of questions for them, and them being absent is...
Out of character? Beyond fucking convenient for me.
No, this is really bad. This is...
No.
This puts Chemtech department in a subservient position to everyone here. They weren't invited, which means they're not important.
I'm trying to... You're right. I'm trying to figure out a way around this. Nyx would know a way around this, but I, out of character, don't.
You can ask other players, OOC, because you guys have a bond. You can ask Char, you can ask Johnny if he's here. You can
Any
ask...
opinions, guys?
Opinions on... I just want to make sure I'm getting what are you wanting specifically?
Basically, because the Chemtech department isn't here, it's putting him into an awkward position because they want to ask him a bunch of questions, and they're not here because they weren't invited.
One of the major problems actually stems from you bringing them into the conversation. You literally you pass the bill to the Chemtech department. They'll handle this, but you didn't invite them to answer the questions. You sabotaged yourselves. They're not here, and you brought them up.
Don't yourselves on this.
You brought them up, but you didn't invite them.
Because I thought they were invited.
No,
we specifically excluded them
because they're too new.
We excluded specific departments for stuff like that. We didn't invite all the manufacturing groups. We invited a rep that they all agreed on. We did shit like that on purpose.
What we can do here is because you're the one that invented the department.
No,
Luxury
is the head of that.
Yeah,
he turned everything over.
No,
you're the founder of the department.
The big thing about it is that
he can't pull double duty here. He is the representative of Banshee Industries. You need Luxury here.
Yeah, the big thing that the only thing I can think of doing is going the equivalent of, it was my invention, and as Thunderhead's decision or legal wise on the matter, it was up to me to decide who to distribute the formula to.
Except you didn't ask Thunderhead.
I don't have to ask Thunderhead to know.
No, you can't use Thunderhead's name then for this.
Why? I'm not using Thunderhead's name, I'm using Thunderhead's laws.
No, you just said Thunderhead gave you the right to transfer it. You never asked.
I said Thunderhead's laws give me the right because I am the inventor. Which means I have the right to decide who I sell the production to.
Which is correct.
There's an easier way of handling this, guys. Call a 5-minute recess. Then we can we're in recess. Make an addendum. Technically voice to the Thunderhead and the total, make an addendum, call for this person to come in order to talk.
You could basically subpoena this person, or just be like, get your bitch ass over here.
Yeah, and you make it like you've been called to this council meeting to talk. Here's your NDAs.
I don't want to do that because the biggest problem here is that I'm trying to find a way to not screw the Chemtech department.
You already did.
Stop saying that.
No,
it's fucking obvious.
Then stop acting like it's not.
So the more you bring up the Chemtech department while they're absent, the worse it gets.
So yes,
Look, we're
the
beating a
easiest
dead
way,
horse.
Oh,
easiest
one
way to do
person,
it,
please.
easiest way to do it is have Mina call a recess, subpoena them, and bring them in. Because the cat's already out of the bag on that one.
It still screws them over.
Not
Screws them over
really.
less.
It
Huh?
screws them over less.
You know what? Uh, I'm trying to figure out how to, because as long as the Chemtech department isn't brought up, there's no problem. It falls on me.
That ship sailed, man.
No, it hasn't.
Yes, it really
No, it
has.
hasn't. Because all I have to do is say, "Are you sure about that?" and retcon to when I didn't say it. Because it's been all about that since that point.
You've mentioned it 3 times.
I can retcon to the first time.
That is a lot of conversation with a lot of subjects watching. You try and retcon shit, the subjects will be all over you for security reasons.
Highly recommend just calling the Chemtech department. It is easier and safer in this regards.
And Luxury can talk her own way through this. Have some
Luxury can
fucking
talk
trust
her
in
way
your-
out of a closed box.
Fine.
Trust in your fucking staff.
You're right. Then that's my request to Mina. At a character. It's
Yes.
Can you
Mina Lo looks at you, Mina La, and goes, I got this. I'm Mino! And everyone's like, shit. As everyone realizes Milo is in the room. It's recess time, or else!
The Voices is going to speak and very calmly. There will be a short recess while we subpoena the Chemtech department to appear before this collection of worthy individuals to speak on their own behalf.
My bestest friend of all forever ever has spoken, or else! And Shangri-La was like, I could use some pretzels.
I'm not correcting
Recess
the
has
or
been
else.
official.
I am not correcting the or else.
And they will stand up. We have prepared excellent food from Enigma for those who have not had it in a long time.
I do believe that it was Gordon Rampage that was preparing things.
Everyone immediately perks up.
And there's a small stampede.
The Voices does say that in that very calm tone. I picked that tone for her for a reason.
Everyone has a wonderful plate of tapas.
And Luxury suddenly has a Mina in the fucking lab. You're coming to a meeting now.
Give me 5 minutes.
Yeah, you have
5
long enough for that.
minutes.
You have
And they
long
get
enough
up
for that.
quickly, and they've already packed a bunch of stuff. They
Do
have
you
a
wanna know what it's
briefcase.
about?
It doesn't matter. I have my to-go things, and the only thing that matters are in this briefcase. And this, as they jam it into the rebreather.
The
Inhale
fuel.
the contents, toss it into the trash.
Nix's fuel.
They shake that briefcase at you.
Never mind.
I'm ready. For whatever the hell this is. It's not my first time being just randomly.
She gets
really
handed
explain shit.
NDAs.
They read it, rip up 2 of them, sign 1 of them, hand it to you.
What'd she rip up?
There are 2 NDAs that you've signed just unquestionably throughout your days. They refuse to sign these.
What are they?
They're NDAs about specific classifications and clearances. They point out 2 specific lines in the text. If these get removed, they will sign these happily. But the single lines in this kind of pervert the whole concept of this. One of which says, under specific circumstances, this NDA is null and void. It doesn't specify which circumstances. Vagaries. The other one specifically says, under a voice of the Thunderhead, whichever they be, can be immediately null and void.
So a voice of the Thunderhead is appointed.
So basically, if Stormfront has you sign an NDA, Crashing Anvil or Thunderhead can basically devoid it. And this other one said, under mysterious circumstances, which is not specific, it can be devoided. These are under such obscure and obfuscated legal jargon, you miss it. Normally.
Cool.
She's like, I don't sign this. This is ironclad. I'll sign something ironclad which protects me and the information and those who it protects. This is garbage. I'm not signing garbage.
Cool. Who the fuck changed my NDAs, Matt? Because I'm the one that fucking wrote that shit because I'm the one with the fucking law degree.
These are the normal ones. Thunderhead. These are the standard Thunderhead ones with the highest clarifications, and it doesn't until Luxury really points it out. You never looked at it twice, even with your law degree. This is that Rolling Thunder shit. Thunderhead doesn't see those lines in text.
We got rid of that. The Rolling Thunder, I mean. How is this still fucking slipping through? Not
Matthias. This has to be his thing. Which means you need to go through all of the things everyone signed.
Mina, the voice of the Thunderhead is going to very quietly make it another announcement. Under a new input of information to the voices, the recess will be extended a little longer while we review certain relevant documentation.
The obelisk individual rep looks over at you. Would you please be so kind to give us an estimated time of extension?
How long did we call for the first one? What was it?
5 minutes. Literally 5 minutes.
With my processing power, an additional 5 minutes.
Of course. Enough for a nice, calm drink. If it were to extend beyond 30 minutes, you would just call it for the day.
Oh yeah, no, that's why I said
reconvene
5.
for tomorrow.
That's why I said 5.
Yep.
I'll need longer because processing surge is happening, Matt. Lots of processing surges. That's getting run through fucking server banks.
As you look through it, it's not quite Rolling Thunder. It's an updated version. Somebody corrected the weaknesses in the Rolling Thunder program because you fixed it, you found it, you beat it. So they made a version 2.
Welcome to version 2.0 of the new fucking Virus 2. Fuck you, we'll play this game.
You caught it. So, and you know Matthias, if you catch it, he's not going to out himself. He's not going to do anything. He's just going to let it roll.
Not right now. He can't do shit.
Right. So you make everyone sign the new ones.
Yep.
He's not going to do shit. He's going to sign it. Whoever he is in this group, he's going to sign it too.
After everything is reviewed, updated, she's going to return and be like, there was a small discrepancy within the NDAs. A new copy is being forwarded to you currently for your perusal.
May we have our assistants look them over?
Of course. They are required to be signed for continuation of this meeting, though.
Could you provide us the ones we signed before? So we may...
They are available for comparison.
Everyone will sign theirs, happily. Several of them kind of hum and haw like, Clever girl. They'll sign the new one. But several of the people are like, how did I miss this? This is interesting. And you find something fascinating, Mina.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Rolling Thunder 2.0 affects the physical person. What they see on the sheet is applied to the reader. They can't see the text.
Fucking Potentia software.
Potentia software. Literally.
Yeah, I already knew I could do it. I just didn't because of memory space.
Rolling Thunder 2.0 is fucking Potentia software. Holy shit.
Motherfucker, that means he's got servers stat. You know what? I'm not dealing with this right now. I'm not dealing with this right this second.
But you got it. Luxury caught it. Luxury doesn't give a shit. Something's going on with Luxury that allows her to see through that bullshit.
Maybe because she's not a citizen. Or wasn't.
Wasn't a citizen. They also dose up on all sorts of esoteric chemtech.
She did do a puff before she did that too.
Yeah, she basically put in some sort of breather or some sort of vape thing into one of the rebreather holes and just fucking drained that whole canister through it, and her eyes glowed massive magenta, like burning flashlight color. And they looked at the thing she put in front and went, no, I'll sign that.
Cool. Hey, Matt,
Yep.
I'm going to run my adaptive programming on my shit to see if I'm got anything else in there that I need to deal with.
That is backed up by a AI program.
No, I'm talking about my adaptive software upgrade that I got. Remember the one that It's the one that makes it so I can... Basically, it's the same adaptive programming thing that Thunderhead has, Stormfront has, only it's my version that was... I think it was... What did I build that out of? Yeah.
Johnny, you're back.
That's right. Are you back, Johnny? And yes, you're right. It was a threshold. It was a threshold reward for mind. You're right, Johnny. Yeah, and it just gives me a role to defy programming I shouldn't be allowed to otherwise defy. I did put Potentia into it. Yep. I assume it just gives me...
You're able to defy it. This was built.
Oh, I'm not looking for this specifically because we have the software to beat it now. I'm looking for other gaps in my shit. I'm doing a sweep of myself for other bugs, manipulations, anything like that.
No, just this. Mina Prime is not so susceptible to this crap. Just this update, which is very, very clever. It's a glamour. It's an obfuscation. The black potentia behind it is not something you've seen.
Lies, deception.
No.
Obfuscation.
Oblivious. It's the condition of the person who doesn't want to have to care about the world. It's the person who it's the condition of every enigmatic. I just want to live my life, and as long as my life is not affected, I don't care. It's oblivious. Which is why it was missed.
You know, what?
Pretty good.
Hey, Matt. Said Mina Prime's wasn't affected by it when she was doing it.
They weren't affected specifically by any viruses or hacks. That's why nothing affected the Minas or Minalos.
Mina Prime is going to be taking this time to start seeing if there's anything she can pick out from the crowd that's unusual. From their potentia, their genetics, their everything I can see. Because I don't know what the Xeno DNA for the Predator added in for senses.
There are 4 things that stand out that are concerning to Mina Prime. 1. Mikari Shipyard's rep Leodros. He has some interesting black potentia attached to him. Not subjugation or anything involving the concerning stuff. It's not quite desperation, but ambition. That's concerning. Black potentia of ambition for a shipyard?
Odd.
Not good, because that means they're able to be highly manipulated by people who are able to feed that ambition. The ambition is they don't like being second fiddle to Ouroboros.
Okay. Oh, that sounds about right.
That's not good. Which means there's a lot of avenue for corruption there.
Yep.
2. The individual, the Spectrum head director, they have fucking 0 cultivation. Not 1, 0. Almost a negative value. You're convinced they're not who they say they are. But at the same time, it's Spectrum. They're basically the enigmatic CIA.
What does he have for dimensional energy?
0. Almost a negative value.
That's not possible with Spectrum knowledge.
Yeah, it's not. Three. Clarkson has 100 more potential than he was last time you saw him, which by his calculation and his exact scripture and the way he's cultivated, that's way too much by a factor of 10. He is a precise cultivator. He doesn't rush anything. Everything is in due time and everything must be done properly. If you cheat, you're out.
What's been added?
You're not sure because it's obfuscated. Whatever he's added is fuzzy, which is why it sends a warning across your.
What do you want me to roll to try to see through it?
I have a question. Is it oblivious? Is that the idea you get off it?
It is a black potentia of oblivious plus something else. Yes. It's the collective weight of 100.
I'm going to shift my gaze over to Clarkson. Can we have a word?
Of course.
I'll take him into a side room.
What can I help with? What's going on?
I'm going to kind of look him up and down. Your cultivation path. Superman, wasn't it?
Yes.
Superman doesn't have black cultivation.
Yes, he does. I have gone through the scripture. I've looked through the base content. Because of you, you've inspired me. There is a dark side to Superman. And if I balance it properly by the scriptures of the subjects, as long as black potentia is perfectly and properly balanced, there is no downside. I wish to be a dual cultivator by the new standards, and I wish to push.
Why oblivious?
What? What did you say?
Your black potentia is oblivious.
Say that again?
I'm going to lean forward. I'm going to do something. Please don't resist me. I won't harm you, I promise. My word on it.
I value your word. You have not come back on your word.
I'm going to seize control of that black potentia.
You pull it out. There is another black potentia which he actually cultivated on his own.
Mm.
He did cultivate Stand Fast, which is a black potentia of don't bend even if it means your death.
Yep.
Hold the fucking line. But then there was the Oblivious on cultivated in tandem, which you absolutely know he had no fucking idea.
It's appropriate. I'm going to give him back his stand fast, as I'm going to be like, I see which one's yours, and it's very appropriate for your chosen path. This one, however, as I hold it up, black-fingered,
What is that?
Oblivious is what it's called.
I'm not oblivious.
No, but somebody put this into your cultivation.
That's not possible.
Yes, it
Only
is.
my most trusted were protecting me. Would that mean my most trusted are at risk, or are spies, or is my cultivation chamber at risk? I don't.
Do you know a
Ton of
gentleman by the
questions.
name of Matthias? At least
Who is
by
that?
reputation.
Would you say?
He has that on you. You have been in contact with an individual that is highly dangerous that you cannot remember.
I remember everyone I meet. I remember their face, their name,
You
their
will not
mannerisms,
remember
their
this
stance, everything about them.
one. You will not remember this one because
That's
I have said his
impossible.
name and you were not able to hear it.
That is literally
very-
impossible. I
Oh.
never forget anyone.
Oh, it's very possible.
Like,
Just as it was impossible for you to have this placed in you.
what is that?
Oblivious.
I don't.
Keep up.
What is that word?
Check and see if it regrew.
Yeah, I'm checking.
It's that. That's a new type of black potentia.
Ooh,
Oh.
I have an idea here.
What's your idea before I do what I was going to do?
Aether. Aether wants to try and force him to return to Origin.
No.
Oh, dude,
That is a move.
that
I
would
wanna
be
try-
nuts.
I want to try something first.
Well, no, like
Because- no.
Okay.
There's an actual thing here. Thing is, this is connected to Matthias. It has to be. Or, at the very least, it's connected to one of his puppets. This is an actual lead. Because for it to be able to regrow means it has to have somebody's influence behind it still. I'm going to look at Clarkson. And I'm going to say, I'm going to need you to trust me again. This is going to be very unpleasant.
What are we going to do?
I'm going to delve into your soul. Because you are infected with something.
I don't see anything. And
You
I'm
look-
pretty good at self-introspection. In fact, that's a critical component of every practitioner of the Superman syndrome.
I understand that. Someone has found a way around it.
They have found the kryptonite. That's
That is-
unfortunate.
That is correct.
Hmm.
I would like permission to delve into you.
I'd like a subject as a voucher for me.
Which would you like?
Someone X. I want X as my
I'll call an X.
X will flow through the wall, and both of you like uncontrollably like
I'm going to show
do
X what I
that.
pulled out of him.
and they will toss it in their mouth and kind of run it over their teeth and gums. That's got Matthias all over it, but not him directly. One of his
Puppets, yes. Look in
one
him.
of his more precious puppets. His
Look in-
information and propaganda officer.
Look in him now. It's already regrown after I removed it.
And it's easy. It's a Mukyung demon. It just regrows one. It's a different use for the demons, the heart demons.
She's actually
And
kind
they
of
grab it and yank it out and kind of hold it, and it's a squirming appendage mass. Basically, think of it as a sea urchin with tendrils made of pure ink.
Don't kill it.
No, they're handing it to you for containment, for study.
All right, I'm taking it. I'm gonna be like, and this is the first link I've had. Clarkson.
Hmm?
Who was present for your last cultivation?
I don't remember. I don't remember.
I'm gonna look at X. Which of the other subjects is best for this?
The information's gone. It was a fabricated memory, and any actual truth is gone from his. What he remembers, he never cultivated at all. Somebody forcibly cultivated him.
Time then. Who of the subjects is closest to time currently?
The Queen, the Clockwork Queen. They are the master of tachyons, and only they would know.
Oh, I'd have to talk to the bitch.
No, you would have to free them from their state and return them to normal. Free the engine from corruption, and then you would have all the answers you could ever want, except for his identity, because even then, he wouldn't reveal himself, even through time. But you would be able to reveal his two primary officers, his propaganda and information officer, and his enforcer. Without those, he's neutered, and it will take him centuries to recover.
Hey, Matt, I'm going to try tapping into something I haven't tapped into a hot minute.
What's going on here?
My other probability me's. The many me's that I don't talk to all that often.
And as you tune in, you hear the whole collective go, "Yar har fiddle me dee," as all of them are just jamming out to just the most stupid shit.
Assholes!
What the fuck do you want? We're trying to pirate here.
I'm hunting Matthias today. Who here can actually hear me say that?
Just half of them go, "Only if you complete the line." And yar har fiddle me dee, and then they all throw hands at
Pirate's life is for me.
Lame. Do it again. Retake.
You bunch of children. Yar har fiddle me dee. She'll sing along.
A pina colada is only for me.
That's not the fucking lyric.
It's not supposed to be. We're making up lyrics, asshole.
Oh, fucking. Yar har fiddle me dee, pirate's life for me, and I'm here to steal Mr. Fucking Nuggets. Bullshit.
One of them comes over and slaps you like, "Get a hold of yourself, Mina! Where's your funny bone?" He took it from you, didn't it? The person we do not name, he stole your funny bone.
He did. I need your help getting it back.
Nope. No. Prove it.
Only you can help.
Prove it is.
I'm in a bad mood. He's put me in one.
I don't care if you're in a bad mood. You're here to seek our help.
Smile.
I'm Milo. Yar har fiddle the dee.
Look,
I don't know the rest of this song. I don't know what the point of this.
That's just wrong because my roommate's nickname is D.
Fiddle
Mina doesn't need to be fiddling him.
Fiddle the D indeed. And that was Milo, not Mina.
There's no difference, remember?
Shut up.
When you har fiddle me D, when you slip on tile, your feet go squee.
I'm looking for his political officer.
No, you gotta make a line. We don't trust you. You're corrupted unless you can make it funny. If you can't make any of us laugh, you're Matthias's bitch. Because he takes he sucks all the goodness and the funny and the positivity out of a person.
Wow, you've like, the hate for him really has transcended dimensions, hasn't it?
Yeah, well, unfortunately, we're all here. and it's an echo chamber of Mina. We all agree, fuck this guy. But we're also
Fair enough.
paranoid as shit because it's an echo chamber of Mina.
Yar
can't-
har.
Make us laugh.
Yar har, fiddle me dee. It's time to make the fucker walk the plank. How about that? How about that?
Boo!
You too. I just want to make this shit. Who doesn't want to walk somebody off the plank?
Boo! You suck. And a lot of
it-
people are like, have this Mina walk the plank. Which actually is really bad because if you walk that fucking plank, this existence of you goes away. Make us laugh. Make us laugh.
Man, I don't know what you fucking want from me right now. I really don't.
Make a funny line with Yarhar Filmy D, and then the rest of the Minas will help you.
I see like just huffing and like instead of doing it to turn their head.
We have mathematically concluded Matthias sucks all of the joy, happiness, and fun out of everything he is in proximity to or touches. If you can't make a funny, you are Matthias's bitch.
He also doesn't let his people say his name.
No, that's completely a falsity because
No, it's not.
that would be telling. Now, wouldn't it?
Wouldn't
Because
it,
oh
though?
no, look, we can't speak of him, and that
Nobody
means it's a
can.
telling thing. Because oh no,
Actually, to be fair, nobody can. He's kind of done
one of
that.
the literally one of the version of you on a big skull throne with an eye patch goes, "Make me laugh, or else."
I like the eye patch.
I know. This is you. This is the
When is
badass
Skull
pirate
Throne?
version of you in another life. But I take no prisoners.
Matt, I can't think of a fucking joke right now.
I will come back to you.
No, I don't want to have to make a fucking joke to ask a goddamn question to the people I never get to ask questions to.
Right? Because you never go and talk to them.
I have
in, like-
tried repeatedly.
all that you is to make a funny of a very easy line to prove
No.
that you're not enslaved by Matthias. It's not that hard.
Hey guys, y'all continue. I've got to take off.
Okay,
My ti-
we'll do
my
a last
timer
thing with
went off
Johnny,
and I got to do
if
dinner.
Johnny's still here. The recruitment rep, black armor, orange hair, calls for you specifically. They're sitting in a side storage room with a fold-up chair and a fold-up table, looking at a phone. They were a questionable security risk, kind of. They were approved to stay on base, but they're not authorized for things. The very last person. They specifically requested. No, nothing involving the collector. They are the. Oh no, this is the person that trained the collector, the procurement director rep. Yeah, he's exactly that person. Yeah. They ask your guard to call you specifically, sooner the better, and they call you immediately. Like, up to you, boss. They want you as soon as possible, and they ask for you by name and title. Up to you, Chief. Do you want us to space them? All right. Because we'll space them. You just give us the word. We'll literally vacuum of space. Okay. They're sitting at the table. They'll put their phone out and look at you. You have connection to the people in the meeting. They're talking about procurement of very hyper-specific materials that cannot be procured in large quantities, no matter how hard they try across the cosmos. I wish to provide my expertise, if you're willing to pass it on to specifically Mr. Banshee. Because I'm staying out of it. I want nothing to do with that meeting, nor do I have his specific contact number, nor do I want it, nor will I give my personal contact number to him, or anyone for that matter. But you're the head of security. You're close in relationships to this person. Francium is a very difficult material to come across. It needs to be fabricated synthetically if you want it in large quantities. Don't ask me how I know or why it's relevant, but pass on to him that I have a synthetic manufacturing process for large quantities of francium if he so wishes, or any other element on the periodic table. They're talking about a new fuel source. It's simple. No, them being able to listen into the conversation specifically on time, that's a security risk of the highest order, and they're very far away from this room. And there is so many things in the way that prevents them from listening in. And they're like, well, they're talking about a new fuel source, and there's no way they're going to be able to perpetuate the needs and the supply of francium for the fuel source past 20 years, because that'll exhaust literally every celestial body and or resource available across the entire empire, and we'd have to go to war with other territories and other empires to harvest that same resource, which is now going to be the new standard for interstellar travel. So how do we get it? Oh wait, we're going to synthesize it and make it up as we go. And they're going to deliver this in the most just aloof, emotionless, and clinical reply. I have the formula that you can just, with basic resources and a sophisticated cutting-edge lab, state of the art, you can manufacture as much francium synthetically as you want. Quality of the resource and purity of it depends on the lab and the technicians involved. That way we won't run out and we won't have to overextend. What? You're giving me a look. What's wrong? And then I won't speak a word of lie, or obfuscate, or omit. I am someone who served Stormfront back in the day. When Stormfront needed something, no matter how rare or impossible, I got it for them, no matter the cost. And I continue to do that to this day. I run a very small group of beneficiaries. Very generous people. Very rich and well-connected people. And a small group of people do one thing. It's motivated by selfish means, of course. But I need not such incentive, but this group does. We procure funds and means and whatever the highest echelons of the enigmatic empire need. When the Thunderhead doesn't have it, we get it. supplies, funds, answers, research, secrets. That is what I do. We provide, we procure. That is what my group does. I didn't trust any of my members to come, as they are all members of this private group of self-interest. Unfortunately. The Empire endures. That's the quid pro quo. I don't care. I've already sworn to the Stormfront life of service. Just because Stormfront became Thunderhead doesn't mean that promise ends. It doesn't mean I am relieved of my commitment. Thunderhead, no, doesn't. If Neith needs me to provide, I will provide. They have been labeled as the successor. The successor has every right to ask for what the Thunderhead has the right to ask for. It's no different. Here's the schematic. I ask for nothing in return. That way, they can't be held hostage. They can't find fault. They can research it themselves, but that is the synthetic formula for creating francium in the lab. I only ask you give it to him so that he has it. And if he wants to test it in a lab himself, he can. If he is unable to, I will produce the result myself, and if we both can't, then I should be arrested. Thank you for your time.
He's
Nix,
already,
that's that formula for synthetic francium.
he's already left.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. There's a lot of stuff going around. There's more subjects. There's subject K and J who are basically attached at the hip. Yeah, you're going down the hall, they come across the other side of the hall, and you meet up in the middle. And you're about nose to nose with these guys. You're Jackie, aren't you? You're well built.
You would get a message from Mina that I've basically put them in charge of the other subjects.
Yeah. You're well built. Your circuitry's good too. Not just the myomer. It's basically you're quick, not just strong. Keep this up. Maybe even by the subject standards. Whatever you cultivate might hold room. We'll see. It's either that or you make a misstep, double down on it, and burn your cultivation to the ground. or you do too well and you rise too fast, and then he grabs you by the nuts and owns you. Don't get caught. And they kind of sidle past you, and they walk off. As you're like, son of a... Can I not get a finish on this sentence? No, they just walk past you. Basically, you're going to screw it up, or Matthias will own you. Good luck navigating that absurdity. And then they kind of brush past you. There's a security clearance request. The main group has taken an intermission. They're asking for a teleportation clearance for one Chemtech department head Luxury. Granted. Okay. They're teleported in.
Hey, Jackie. I need a dirty limerick. Apparently it has to start with Yahar Fiddle Me D. There's not actually that much that goes with that. Well, no, it has to follow up Fiddle Me D. That's the problem. I hear the sexual innuendo, but Fiddle Me D is the sexual
It's okay, friend. Look at... Find a word that rhymes with D, like squeaky or wee or me or me or thee or.
They can all just fiddle these nuts. How about that?
No, best friend. Yo, come on, bestie. Like, if you're gonna do a D's nuts, you gotta have a rhyme.
Give me something red in the V. You are a pirate.
Come on. It's not that hard. You only need one rhyming word and a sentence that basically abuses the word, best friend. Come on. Imagine if you're at Mildred's and there are kids and they're bored and angry and annoying, and the only way to keep them in control and in line and not run off into the park and disappear forever because all the other animatronics will yank them into the darkness and eat them. And the only way to protect the kids is to keep them amused. Because if they run off, Mr. Sun and Mr. Moon will take them away forever. And you have to protect them. And the only way to do that is to be amusing and rhyme.
You know, the first thing that pops in my head is I never really liked children anyway.
Bestie.
Yes, I know.
I didn't like them either. Because they're annoying. But I didn't want them to die. Not in the way that would... not in the way Mr. Sun and Mr. Moon would kill them. I mean... A+ to you, and you get a gold sticker placed across time and space on your forehead.
Yeah, I'm gonna fucking steal that then.
Nope, you can't steal that. You have to do your own.
No, I
Gold
literally
sticker has been assigned to Jackie for theirs. And now, Jackie, you are metaphorically represented among the other Milas. And they're like, nice one, homie. You ain't controlled by him. And they all kind of look towards the new Mina like, you got one?
Cool. Like, I literally just asked for help with this, and when I actually get help with this, you basically tell me to fuck off. Okay, cool.
No. They did the whole sentence, which means they did theirs. Help would be like giving you a rhyming word, but not giving you the sentence to reach to the rhyming word.
I'm up.
Okay, no. Best friend, look.
No, I'm not. No. You don't understand. Me, Liam is not good at this shit.
Yeah. Mila will help you. Z, D, we, P, Lee, knee.
You're just throwing out words.
Right.
Like,
All
I'm
right. So
going
you
to
you
connect them to
you, you
something.
grab because the Yarhar fiddle me D. So you need a word that rhymes with D. So I gave you all of these, and then you just need to have a sentence that combines it with
I
D.
don't-
Like Yarhar fiddle me D. Oh gosh, I stepped my knee.
I don't even understand why any of you are even singing this song in the first place.
Because you left us to our own devices.
Left you to your own devices.
We were watching Pirates of the Bermuda.
The last time I came here and I asked for assistance, I was told you have to figure most things out on yourself.
But we're all here now. I'm Milo. I'm Milo too. Hi, Milos. Yes. And then they tackle their buddies.
There you go, Leon.
You're my best friend. And then you realize the horror of what they're watching. It's a combination of Pirates